There's a reason you're here, and it's not just curiosity. It's because deep down, something inside you suspects there's more to life than what we've been told. The stories we've grown up with about time, matter, space, and even our own minds have been shaped by old frameworks. Frameworks that are now breaking under the weight of something far more expansive, far more thrilling, and far more true than most are ready to admit. Today, science itself is catching up to what mystics and philosophers have whispered about for centuries. That your thoughts, your emotions, your very awareness may not just influence reality. They may be the raw material from which it's made. This isn't a motivational talk, and this isn't some spiritual fluff dressed up in scientific jargon. This is about evidence, about real-world, verifiable phenomena that defy conventional explanation and point directly to one shocking possibility. Reality is not fixed. It's fluid, and your consciousness is a major variable. In this video, we're unpacking the boldest truth you've never been taught, that your mind doesn't just witness the universe. It writes it, frame by frame, moment by moment. Over the next 4 hours, you'll be taken through a journey of 40 highly specific keys that connect quantum mechanics, neuroscience, emotional intelligence, and consciousness theory. You'll see why reality appears the way it does, and how your beliefs, focus, and emotional resonance either align you with what you want or lock you out of it entirely. We'll explore why the observer effect is not just a lab experiment, but a force playing out in your relationships, your finances, your health, and your timeline choices. We'll explore the hidden physics behind synchronicity, why your brain is far more than a storage device, and how you may already be shifting through alternate versions of reality without even realizing it. And you'll leave not just with information, but with frameworks and methods that allow you to experience the shift directly. We're not here to theorize. We're here to expose, to decode, to rebuild the way you see reality. Starting now, let's begin. Everything you've accepted as normal, as just the way life is, has been shaped by ideas that are outdated, incomplete, or just plain false. For centuries, the dominant story was that you are a tiny, powerless organism in a massive, indifferent universe. You are born, you live, you die. That's it. Everything is made of solid matter. Everything outside you is separate from what's inside you. Cause and effect move in a straight line. Time only goes forward. Reality is fixed. And you're a passenger. But that story has crumbled. Quietly, steadily, and irrevocably. It started with a simple question physicists couldn't answer. Why does light behave like a wave when no one is looking, but act like a particle when it is observed? That one question opened the door to a new universe. A strange, beautiful, and completely mind-bending world where particles exist in multiple places at once. Where reality doesn't settle into form until someone observes it. And where the rules we took for granted, rules of matter, space, and time, begin to dissolve under scrutiny. The most disturbing part? Everything you think is solid isn't. Atoms are 99.99999% empty space. And what holds them together, the forces, the fields, the probabilities, cannot be seen, touched, or measured in any classical sense. The more we look at the quantum level, the more we find that what we call physical reality is a kind of illusion. Pattern. A set of probabilities collapsing into form based on unknown factors, one of which seems to be the presence of consciousness itself. That's right. You. Not in a vague, metaphorical sense, but in a measurable, repeatable, testable way. This doesn't mean the physical world doesn't exist, but it suggests that its properties are not intrinsic. They're relational. They depend on something else, on someone observing them, and that has massive implications. Because if the act of observation affects reality on a quantum level, and your consciousness is always observing, then your thoughts, beliefs, and expectations aren't passive. They are causal. This understanding has been kept at arm's length for decades, partly because it unsettles the foundations of objective science, partly because it challenges the very identity of the human being as a powerless cog in a deterministic machine. But the evidence keeps piling up, from quantum physics to neuroplasticity, from placebo studies to real-world experiences that defy logic but reveal consistent patterns. Those patterns suggest something revolutionary, that the universe is not made of things. It's made of relationships, of probabilities, of conscious awareness interacting with a field of infinite potential. And in that field, your attention becomes a sculpting tool. Your beliefs, a filter. Your emotions, a resonance device. So yes, you've been lied to. Not maliciously, perhaps, but ignorantly. You were taught a reality designed to keep you functioning in a narrow, predictable lane. But reality isn't narrow. And you are not predictable. You are not a passive experiencer of the universe. You are an active participant in its unfolding. The moment you accept that not just as an idea, but as a fact, your relationship with life changes. That doesn't mean everything becomes easy or perfect. But it does mean that you can stop waiting for the external world to give you permission. Because the source of change, the origin of movement, the seed of every transformation begins not out there, but right here. And that's what we're going to unpack, piece by piece, layer by layer, across every part of this series. The world you knew was a simulation built on secondhand belief. The one we're about to reveal is real, but it's flexible, responsive, alive, and it's waiting for you to shape it. From the inside out, there is a presence that surrounds you constantly. You can't see it, you can't touch it, but it responds to your thoughts, your feelings, your focus, and it never turns off. This force isn't spiritual metaphor. It's a scientifically recognized field. And it's not just passively there, it's participatory. It behaves in ways that suggest it's aware of the energy you emit. At the heart of modern physics is a discovery that breaks open the old model of separation. We used to believe that the universe was made of particles, little building blocks that behaved like tiny billiard balls, bouncing around in empty space. But now we know that space itself is not empty. It's full, teeming, saturated with a dynamic field of energy that connects everything, everywhere, all at once. Physicists call it the quantum field. This is not sci-fi. This is the foundation of quantum electrodynamics, the most precisely tested theory in the history of science. The quantum field is a kind of ocean that everything exists within. Every atom, every electron, every subatomic interaction happens inside this field, not outside it. And every particle is not a standalone object, but a disturbance or ripple within that field. That means what you see as a thing, a chair, a body, a thought, is actually a moving pattern in an underlying sea of energy. But here's where things get even more extraordinary. The quantum field doesn't just allow matter to exist. It holds the potential for all matter to exist, all possibilities, all outcomes, all configurations. It contains the raw code of reality before it becomes real. And your mind is interacting with it constantly. Your brain generates electrical signals that's been known for decades. But those signals don't just stay in your skull. They radiate outward. Your thoughts and emotions create electromagnetic waves that extend beyond your body. These waves are measurable, and they vibrate at specific frequencies. The quantum field, too, responds to frequency. This is not accidental. This is resonance. A tuning fork doesn't just make sound. It vibrates in such a way that it causes another fork tuned to the same frequency to begin vibrating as well. Your emotional state, your focus, your dominant thoughts, they're like tuning forks. And the field hears them. It doesn't interpret them as language or requests. It receives them as vibration, intention, coherence. When you feel anxious, rushed, or doubtful, that's one frequency. When you feel certain, relaxed, and aligned, that's another. And the field reflects that back. Not as punishment or reward, but as resonance. This is where traditional manifestation teachings often fail. They focus on thinking positively or visualizing outcomes. But if the emotional signal doesn't match the mental image, the field doesn't shift. It listens to the entire broadcast, not just the words. The field isn't something you connect to once in a while through ritual, meditation, or affirmations. You're in it all the time. You're affecting it all the time. Right now. Even now. And it's not distant. There's no delay in its connection to you. Thanks to non-locality, another confirmed property of quantum reality, we know that distance doesn't limit information or energy. Two particles can be separated by galaxies and still respond instantly to each other's state. This phenomenon defies classical explanation but has been proven in repeated experiments. It means that this field is not out there. It's here, closer than your breath. And when you change your frequency, the field responds instantly. Not always in the form you expect, but always in energetic structure. This is not mystical, it's how coherent systems behave. Now, let's talk about coherence. Coherence is when your mind, heart, and body are aligned, when your thoughts, feelings, and physical state are moving in the same direction. Incoherence is when your mind says one thing, your heart feels another, and your body is in a completely different rhythm. The quantum field responds more powerfully when you are coherent. In a coherent state, your brainwaves synchronize, your heart rate becomes harmonious, and your energy signal becomes stable and strong. Instruments like EEGs and HRVs can measure this state, and when you're in it, your influence on the field increases dramatically. Think of it like signal clarity. If your frequency is scattered or contradictory, the field receives static. When it's coherent, the field receives signal. Clear, direct, resonant. You don't have to be perfect, but you do have to be congruent. That congruency between belief, emotion, and intention is what amplifies your impact. This explains why some people seem to magnetize exactly what they need while others work for years and get nowhere. It's not effort alone. It's not mindset alone. It's alignment of energy with intention and consistency of that signal in the field. And no, this doesn't mean you control the universe. But it means the universe responds not in words but in patterns, in synchronicities, in strange openings, in collapses of resistance that make way for something new. The quantum field is not a genie. It doesn't grant wishes. It reflects structure. You're not sending a request to something external. You're structuring a wave pattern within something internal that shapes what becomes possible for you, what becomes probable. And here's the clincher, you're already doing this. You've never not been doing this. The only difference now is whether you're doing it unconsciously or with awareness. So if the quantum field is always listening, and you are always broadcasting, the only real question becomes, what signal are you sending? And does it match the reality you say you want? Because the field doesn't care what you say you want. It mirrors what you consistently are. This force, this listening field, is active. It's intelligent in the sense that it reflects complexity with precision. It doesn't judge. It doesn't correct. Calibrates. And that means every thought, every emotional pattern, every focused attention is a vote cast in the structure of reality. Once you understand that, the game changes. You don't beg for better outcomes. You calibrate your frequency to match what's already in the field as a possibility, and you allow that to be selected through resonance. This is not blind optimism. This is physics, emotion, and awareness intersecting in real time. In 1801, a simple experiment with light sparked a revolution. A beam of light was aimed at a barrier with two slits, casting a pattern on a screen behind it. Scientists expected it to behave like a particle, like tiny bullets forming two neat lines. But instead, it created a wave pattern, a pattern that implied the light wasn't behaving like a particle at all, but like a wave of possibilities. Then something even stranger happened. When the experiment was repeated with detectors placed at the slits to measure which path the light took, the pattern changed. The wave collapsed. The light stopped acting like a wave and began behaving like individual particles again, as if the simple act of measurement had fundamentally changed reality. This became known as the observer effect, and it forced a question that continues to unsettle science to this day. Why does the act of observation affect the outcome? Now, this isn't just a matter of watching something. It's not about eyeballs or cameras. It's about measurement, the presence of conscious interaction with a system that would otherwise remain in a state of potential. At the quantum level, particles don't behave like fixed objects. They exist in a cloud of probabilities. Until an observation is made, a particle doesn't have a defined location or velocity. It's everywhere it could be, all at once. But the moment it is measured, it locks into a specific state. This isn't speculation. This is confirmed behavior in quantum systems. And it points to a deep principle, that consciousness, awareness itself, plays an active role in shaping reality. Not because it looks at things, but because it selects outcomes. Because it interacts with the very probability field that underlies all matter. So what does this mean for you? It means that reality, at its most fundamental level, is not separate from your awareness of it. It doesn't form before you observe it. It forms through the act of observing. That decision you made this morning, that emotional lens through which you interpreted a conversation, that expectation you held before walking into a room, all of that, whether conscious or not, is an interaction with the field of possibility. And the field responds by collapsing into form. This goes far beyond physics labs. This is not a phenomenon trapped in equations or sterile environments. This is the invisible engine running beneath your daily experience. You expect to be ignored in a meeting, and that becomes your reality. You believe money is scarce, and opportunities seem to vanish. You assume you're not worthy of deep love, and the world mirrors that absence. Not because your thoughts are magic, but because your awareness influences outcomes by selecting from a range of potentials. This is how the observer effect becomes deeply personal. Now let's clear something up. This doesn't mean that you control every event. It doesn't mean your mind single-handedly scripts the universe. But it does mean that your awareness filters, frames, and energetically aligns with certain pathways over others. You're not forcing change. You're selecting outcomes. You're shaping the probabilities that harden into your version of reality. It's not about force. It's about interaction. The observer effect tells us that nothing truly exists in a fixed, static state. It exists as potential, and potential becomes reality only when observed. But observation isn't just passive looking. In quantum terms, it's interaction, attention mixed with measurement. In human terms, it's awareness mixed with belief, expectation, and emotion. So every time you focus on something, not just with your eyes, but with your attention and energy, you are engaging with the raw material of existence. You are no longer separate from the equation. You are the variable that changes the outcome. This challenges the most deeply rooted belief in modern life, that we are passive recipients of reality. Because if observation changes what is, then passive is not even an option. You are participating, always. The only question is whether you're doing it consciously or not. Take a moment to let that sink in. You are not watching life unfold. You are shaping it one moment of awareness at a time. That's the real shock behind the observer effect. It's not just a quirk of physics. It's a direct implication about your role in the structure of the universe. The quantum realm is not just strange for the sake of being strange. It's revealing the scaffolding behind physical life, and that scaffolding responds to observation like a canvas responds to a brush. Every thought, every expectation, every pattern of focus is a brushstroke. And the canvas is the probability field that surrounds you. This also explains why the subconscious mind is so powerful. Because most of your observations, the filters you carry, the judgments you make, the expectations you hold, are automatic. You're not thinking them. They're running you. So if you've been wondering why life keeps unfolding in patterns that seem out of sync with what you want, this is why. The field is not responding to your conscious desires. It's responding to your dominant awareness, the patterns you reinforce through habit, thought, and feeling. This is not a punishment. It's not a glitch. It's simply how interaction works. To change what you're experiencing, you don't need to force reality into shape. You need to change the structure of your observation, the quality and frequency of your awareness. You start by becoming conscious of what you're projecting, what you're expecting, what you're emotionally rehearsing over and over. Because observation is not neutral. It's energetic. It's formative. And once you understand that every thought is not just fleeting but formative, you begin to approach life from a completely different center of power. No longer as someone watching, but as someone shaping. This is what the observer effect reveals. That awareness is creative. And the more intentional your awareness becomes, the more aligned your reality becomes with your inner structure. So next time you say, "That's just how it is," pause. Because in that moment, you've already made a measurement. You've already selected a path. And the field will treat that path as instruction, which means you can also change it. Reach out and touch something near you. A chair, a table, your own hand. Feels solid. Feels real. It seems obvious that it's made of something dense, something packed with particles. Atoms stacked together tightly like bricks. But that's not what's really there. What you're touching isn't actually solid. Not even close. In fact, the very idea of solidity is a useful illusion, one that reality uses to keep things stable enough for us to interact with them. But beneath that surface lies a staggering truth. Matter is mostly empty space. Let's start with the atom, the basic unit of all matter. Every object around you, including your body, is made of atoms. At the center of the atom is the nucleus, composed of protons and neutrons. Orbiting around that nucleus are electrons. These electrons are not tiny planets revolving around a sun. That's just a metaphor we were taught in school. In truth, electrons don't orbit in predictable paths. They exist as a probability cloud, a spread of potential locations that collapses into a specific point when observed. Now, here's the part that breaks the illusion. If the nucleus of an atom were the size of a golf ball, the electron cloud around it would be about the size of a football stadium. That's how much space exists between the particles that make up matter. Over 99.9999999% of every atom, and therefore everything you see, touch, and experience is empty. But it gets even weirder. When you touch a surface, you're not really making contact with anything. The sensation of touch is caused by the electromagnetic force repelling the electrons in your skin from the electrons in the object. You're never actually touching the matter itself, you're interacting with the force field surrounding it. This brings us to a startling realization. What we experience as matter is not stuff. It's energy fields. It's interaction zones. It's structured space behaving in a way that creates the illusion of solidity. So why does it feel solid? Because your senses are designed to interpret interaction. They don't report on absolute truth. They report on effects. When electrons repel each other, your nervous system registers pressure. Your brain interprets that as solidness. But in the quantum domain, there is no solid edge. There is only energy, probability, and interaction. This realization challenges one of the oldest beliefs in human history, that what we see and touch is the foundation of what's real. Turns out, what's real is invisible. What's foundational is intangible. And what gives rise to matter isn't matter at all, but energy behaving according to unseen rules. The implications are massive. If matter isn't solid, if it's 99.9999999% space and structure, then where is the boundary between things? Where does your body end and the rest of the world begin? If you zoom in close enough, the boundary disappears. You're not a thing in space. You're a field in a larger field. The illusion of separation is just that. An illusion. And this illusion is what most of society is built on. We treat the world as a set of objects, people, and outcomes. But underneath, everything is space, movement, frequency, relationships. And because it's not fixed, it's not final. The quantum field allows for endless reconfiguration, and that includes your body, your mind, and your life. Let's go deeper. The structure of atoms is not what creates the properties of a substance. It's how those atoms are arranged, how they vibrate, and how they relate to each other in space. Change the vibration, change the pattern. Change the pattern, change the form. That means the structure of reality is far more malleable than we've been led to believe. It's not made of things. It's made of interactions. This is why frequencies matter. This is why your energetic state matters. Because you are not just surrounded by space. You are influencing the organization of that space with your own energetic field. This isn't theoretical. It's been demonstrated through quantum interference patterns, through frequency manipulation in laboratory settings, and even through devices that measure the electromagnetic influence of the heart and brain. You are not a fixed object in a world of objects. You are a vibrating structure participating in an interconnected field of energy. And that energy can be influenced, can be reshaped. So when someone says, "That's just the way things are," understand what's really being said. It means they've accepted one configuration of the field as final. But it's not final. It's temporary. And it can be changed. The fact that nothing is solid is not a reason to feel small. It's the opposite. It means that the walls you think are holding you back are not really walls. They're patterns. They're energetic arrangements. And patterns can be restructured. This is why emotional states are powerful. Your emotions affect the frequencies you emit, and those frequencies alter the way you interact with the energy around you. This, in turn, changes what becomes stable in your life, what locks into form. If you are constantly in survival states, stress, fear, resistance, you are broadcasting a signal that stabilizes the kind of matter patterns that match that state. Conflict, scarcity, stagnation. When you shift into elevated states, trust, coherence, clarity, you shift the pattern. The field responds. New arrangements become available. This doesn't require belief. It requires alignment. You don't need to force matter to change. You need to influence the energetic structure that gives rise to matter. That's how reality works from the inside out. And yes, this is why so many ancient systems have spoken about vibration, energy, and frequency. Long before quantum mechanics, mystics and sages taught that all things are energy in motion. Now, science is catching up and giving us tools to work with it consciously. So when you walk through your day, you're not walking through a world of objects. You're walking through a world of probabilities, frequencies, and interactions that appear as objects. And when you change your frequency, you're not changing your mood. You're changing the way matter responds to you. It's not metaphor, it's physics. The human brain is often described as the most complex object in the known universe. We're told it stores memories, processes information, and makes decisions based on logic, emotion, and learned patterns. That's true to a point. But the conventional view of the brain as a computer input in, output out misses something enormous. Your brain is not just analyzing reality. It's interacting with it. And not in a passive, observational way, but as a resonant interface with the quantum field itself. To understand this, we have to go beyond the idea of the brain as a biological processor. Yes, neurons fire. Yes, chemicals carry signals. But the brain also generates electromagnetic waves, and those waves don't stay confined to your skull. They radiate outward. They move through the space around you. They pulse, fluctuate, and shift depending on your state. When you're calm, focused, and emotionally clear, your brain enters coherent wave patterns, especially in the alpha and theta ranges. When you're stressed or reactive, the pattern becomes chaotic, mostly beta, often scattered, often unstable. These patterns affect your ability to think. But they also affect something deeper, your connection to the field. The field, the same quantum field discussed earlier, is sensitive to frequency. That means your brain is not just producing thoughts. It's transmitting signals. It's functioning more like an antenna than a hard drive. And like any antenna, the signal it receives depends on the frequency it's tuned to. This tuning process isn't mystical. It's mechanical. It's electrical. Your brain is constantly adjusting its frequency based on your thoughts, feelings, breathing, attention, and environment. And those frequencies aren't just internal phenomena, they shape the data stream your brain is picking up. That's why sometimes, out of nowhere, insight appears. A solution to a problem you've been stuck on suddenly clicks into place. A surge of clarity emerges, seemingly without effort. You weren't thinking harder. You were tuned differently. In those moments, the brain stops filtering through linear logic and starts receiving nonlinear information. Some call it intuition. Others call it guidance. But on a functional level, it's resonance. The brain accesses information stored in the field, not just in the body. This concept is supported by a growing body of research in neuroscience and consciousness studies. It also echoes ancient teachings that suggest wisdom, creativity, and perception don't originate in the mind. They flow through it. In this view, the brain is not the source. It's the receiver, the translator, the filter. And that changes everything about how we view intelligence, creativity, and personal transformation. Now consider this. If your brain is a receiver, then your dominant mental and emotional state determines what kind of signal you're tuned to. A brain in fear receives a certain quality of information, usually survival-based, narrow, repetitive, and defensive. A brain in clarity receives different data, expansive, solution-oriented, innovative, and sometimes profound. The signal doesn't come from some other dimension. It comes from the part of the quantum field that resonates with your current state. And because the field contains all potentials, the version of reality you access depends on your frequency alignment. This is why emotional self-regulation is not just good for mental health. It's essential for accessing higher-level information, because a chaotic brain cannot receive a stable signal, and a reactive mind cannot interpret subtle data. You're not just reacting to the world around you. You're influencing the kind of world you can perceive based on the frequency of your brain's electrical activity. This is also where techniques like meditation, breathwork, and focused visualization become powerful tools, not because they're spiritual, but because they shift the electrical and magnetic output of the brain. Meditation slows the waves. Breathing regulates the nervous system. Visualization shapes intention. And all of it creates a tuning effect. So instead of grinding to solve a problem, you shift frequency, and the solution arises. Instead of forcing outcomes, you align with a different signal, and the outcome becomes visible. Not because you made it happen, but because you tuned into where it already was. This aligns with findings in quantum cognition, a field exploring how human thought and decision-making reflect quantum-like behavior. Studies show that people often respond to decisions not based on classical logic, but in patterns that mimic probability interference, entanglement, and even non-local correlation. That suggests that the brain isn't just behaving like a classical machine. It's functioning more like a quantum interface, and the mind, your consciousness, directs where that interface connects. This connection is not confined by the skull. The heart, too, plays a role. The HeartMath Institute has shown that the heart has its own electromagnetic field, stronger than the brain's, and that the two systems can synchronize. When they do, you experience coherence, a stable, powerful signal that resonates more clearly with the field. In those states, not only do you feel better, more centered, more creative, but you also become more effective at shaping outcomes in your external world. Again, this isn't because the field is granting wishes. It's because the field is responding to signal strength and clarity. So when you combine the coherent focus of the brain with the emotional resonance of the heart, you become a powerful tuning device. Not just thinking, not just hoping, but actually receiving and emitting information in real time. You begin to sense which opportunities are real. You notice subtle nudges and pattern shifts. You align with the version of reality that carries the outcome you prefer. And the more you stabilize that alignment, the more consistent your results become. This doesn't eliminate challenge, but it gives you tools to navigate through complexity with precision, not by predicting outcomes, but by aligning with the frequency of clarity itself. Your brain isn't just your mind. It's your interface, and the quality of what it receives depends entirely on how it's tuned. So ask yourself, what are you thinking about again and again? What emotional states are you practicing? What kind of signal are you broadcasting into the field? Because what you focus on isn't just shaping your mood. It's shaping the structure of your perception and the quality of your connection to the information-rich universe that surrounds you. Every thought you think emits a signal. That signal isn't metaphorical. It's electromagnetic. It has form. It has force. It moves beyond your body and into the space around you. And while most people think of thoughts as mental chatter, random bursts of language in the brain, in reality, they are vibrational codes. Every single one carries a frequency, and every frequency interacts with the quantum field in a very specific way. This isn't just about affirmations. It's not about saying positive things and hoping the universe hears you. It's about understanding that thought itself is energy, and that energy doesn't vanish once it's produced. Let's break this down. Your brain generates electrical impulses. These impulses travel through neural circuits, which create fields, measurable electromagnetic fields. These fields expand outward, fluctuating with your mental and emotional state. Thought alone generates a signal, but when that thought is paired with strong emotion, it becomes amplified. It becomes a broadcast, not in the way a radio tower transmits a song, but in the way tuning forks cause sympathetic vibration. The field responds through resonance. Now here's what most people miss. Not all thoughts are equal. They're not just good or bad, true or false. They are vibrational patterns, and patterns create attraction points. A thought rooted in fear vibrates differently than a thought rooted in gratitude. A thought filled with uncertainty resonates far differently than one grounded in conviction. You're not sending wishes to the universe. You're broadcasting structure. And the quantum field, the invisible backdrop of all potential outcomes, listens to the total signal. Not just the words you say, not just the pictures you imagine, but the full frequency of your mental-emotional broadcast. Let's make this concrete. You say, I want abundance, but your thought pattern is laced with worry. Your emotional tone is steeped in scarcity. Your frequency, therefore, is not aligned with abundance. It's aligned with the lack of it. The field doesn't judge. It doesn't filter intention. It mirrors the signal. And that signal includes everything: conscious thought, subconscious belief, emotional state, and physiological coherence. This is why people often feel stuck. They try to manifest from the surface, from a script of words, while their underlying frequency says something completely different. There's no punishment in this. There's just alignment or misalignment. The quantum field works like a matchmaker. It doesn't grant requests. It connects frequencies that resonate with each other. That's it. No bias, no emotion, just response. So the question isn't, why am I not getting what I want? The question is, what am I really broadcasting? Because beneath every desire is a dominant frequency. And that frequency is the true instruction the field receives. Let's take a closer look at how this works. Thoughts have speed. Emotions have depth. Together, they create vibrational signatures. Low-frequency patterns, like guilt, shame, envy, and resentment, carry chaotic signals. They scatter energy. They disrupt coherence. They disconnect you from clarity. Mid-frequency states, like acceptance, hope, and neutrality, stabilize your energy. They prepare the system for clarity. High-frequency states, like joy, gratitude, love, and inner peace, synchronize your internal field. They align brainwaves, heart rhythms, and cellular response. They create signal clarity. And with that clarity, the field becomes more responsive. This is why people often experience breakthroughs not when they push harder, but when they shift their frequency. When they let go of resistance, when they move into trust, when they feel the result before it happens. In those moments, the thought isn't just an idea. It's a full-body broadcast, a coherent signal that resonates with the pattern of the outcome you desire. But here's the challenge. You can't fake it. You can't say a high-vibration phrase while internally feeling disconnected. The field doesn't respond to language. It responds to frequency. So the real work is not to think a certain way. The work is to generate a new internal state that naturally produces the frequency of the thought you want to hold. That's emotional embodiment. And when embodiment meets thought, the field aligns. Let's reframe the question most people ask. Instead of, how do I manifest this thing? Ask, what frequency would the version of me who already has it be broadcasting? And then align with that. Think that way. Feel that way, act that way, not as a performance but as a practice. Because frequency is not just a moment, it's a pattern. And patterns are what shape probability. This also means that self-talk matters. Not because your words are magic, but because repeated thoughts become stable frequencies. And stable frequencies become magnets for matching experiences. Every time you think, it's not working, every time you say, it never happens for me. Every time you feel, I don't deserve this, you're stabilizing a pattern. And that pattern broadcasts a frequency that the field receives as truth. Not ultimate truth, but functional truth. And functional truth determines what reality locks into form. But there's good news. Frequency is fluid. It's not permanent. You can shift it moment to moment by changing your thought-emotion state. Start with awareness. Catch the patterns. Interrupt the cycles. Replace the thought. Don't wait for proof. Don't wait for evidence. The thought comes first. The frequency follows. The resonance attracts. This is not a quick fix. It's a way of operating. A way of relating to life from the inside out. Because in the quantum model, the field isn't a thing you control. It's a mirror that reflects back the signal you send most often. So if you want to experience new results, send a new signal. Not louder, not faster, clearer. The frequencies of thought are not decoration. They're creation. And you are broadcasting all day, every day, whether you realize it or not. The only question is whether your signal supports what you're asking for or cancels it out. Because the field is always listening. And frequency is the language it understands. You've set the intention. You've written the affirmations. You've visualized the result. But something still feels blocked. It's not showing up. It's not unfolding. It's just stuck. Most people assume they're doing something wrong with their method. Too little effort. Not enough repetition. The wrong words. The wrong timing. But the problem usually isn't the technique. The real problem is the emotion behind it. And there's one emotion, one that almost everyone carries, that short-circuits manifestation more than any other. Lack. Not the absence of something physical. The feeling of lack. That subtle but powerful signal of it's not here yet. That internal tension of, I need it to happen. That emotional broadcast of, I'm waiting or I'm incomplete. Lack isn't about what's in your bank account or who's in your life. It's about the internal experience of scarcity. And that experience creates a frequency that cancels out everything you're trying to align with. Let's be clear. You can think about abundance while still radiating lack. You can say, I deserve love, while still feeling disconnected. You can visualize success while emotionally rehearsing failure. And the quantum field does not respond to your words. It responds to your signal. The feeling of lack sends out a message, a subtle but powerful frequency, that confirms the absence of what you want. And that confirmation shapes what the field reflects. It's not punishment. It's physics. The field doesn't interpret intention. It matches vibration. It listens to what you are, not what you say you want. And when lack is your dominant state, when your focus is on what's missing, the field mirrors that. Not as cruelty, as coherence. This is where most people sabotage their own process. They focus on a desire, but their emotional baseline is rooted in not having it. They push harder, repeat more mantras, increase their effort, but the underlying signal stays the same. And the field reflects that signal with precision. Let's examine why this happens. Lack is a survival emotion. It's rooted in fear, urgency, and control. It says, if I don't get this, something bad will happen. That energy contracts your field. It narrows your awareness, tightens your frequency, and that tightness makes alignment impossible. Because alignment requires openness. It requires spaciousness. It requires the ability to feel as though the outcome is already real, already present, already safe. When you operate from lack, you treat reality like something you have to chase. But the quantum field isn't a vending machine. It's a mirror. And mirrors don't reflect what you want. They reflect what you're being. So if the dominant emotion is lack, then the field continues to reflect situations, thoughts, and outcomes that reinforce that emotion. It becomes a feedback loop. You feel lack. You experience lack. You feel more lack. And around it goes. Breaking that loop requires more than positive thinking. It requires emotional restructuring. You have to shift the internal experience from lack to fullness before anything outside you changes. That doesn't mean pretending you're rich when you're not. It doesn't mean faking happiness. It means training your system to feel the state you associate with the result now before it arrives. Because in the quantum field, your emotional signal isn't a reaction. It's an instruction. So when you learn to feel trust before the evidence, to feel peace before the outcome, to feel love before the person, you stop broadcasting lack. You start broadcasting wholeness. And that wholeness is what the field reflects. You're not forcing anything to happen. You're stabilizing the frequency of the version of you that already has it. Let's make this practical. If your goal is financial freedom, stop focusing on the gap between you and money. Instead, focus on the emotional frequency you believe money will give you. Safety, peace, options, joy. Then ask, can I access that feeling now in small, embodied ways? If your desire is love, stop scanning reality for evidence that it's missing. Instead, tune into the emotional resonance of connection. Not with fantasy, but with memory, with appreciation, with care for yourself and others. You do this not to fake it. You do this to change the broadcast. Because when you stop feeding the field a signal of emptiness and start feeding it a signal of fullness, you stop reinforcing the absence and you start generating resonance. This is where many people get frustrated. They feel the emotion for a day or two and then check to see if anything's changed. That checking is another form of lack. It says, I still need proof. It broadcasts doubt. The key is consistency, not just in what you think, but in what you feel, because it's the emotional repetition that locks in the signal. And when the signal stays stable, the field responds. Not always instantly, but reliably. You don't need to suppress desire. You don't need to stop wanting. But you do need to stop living in the emotion of not having. Desire is powerful, but only when it's paired with internal alignment. When you hold desire with gratitude, it becomes creative. When you hold it with need, it becomes repulsive. This is why stillness is powerful. Why presence is magnetic. Not because it forces outcomes, but because it stops signaling lack. So if things aren't moving, stop asking, what's missing? And start asking, what am I broadcasting? Because in the end, it's not your desire that shapes the outcome. It's your emotional baseline. And if that baseline is lack, then no amount of visualization will override it. But if you shift that baseline even slightly, the entire signal changes, and the field listens. There comes a point in this work where something unusual begins to happen. Patterns appear. Numbers repeat. You think of someone and they call. You're pondering a question, and the answer shows up in a random conversation, a headline, a song. It's not imagination. It's not coincidence. It's synchronicity, and it signals that the field is responding. Synchronicity is often mistaken for luck or dismissed as cherry-picked events. But that dismissive mindset comes from an outdated view of reality, one where life is linear, causality is rigid, and consciousness plays no role in what unfolds. But quantum science tells a different story. It tells us that observation affects outcomes. It tells us that time is not a fixed line. It tells us that distance doesn't separate truly entangled systems. And it tells us that information, meaningful information, may be flowing through more than just physical channels. Synchronicity happens when your internal signal becomes clear enough that external events begin to reflect it back to you in real time. Not as random signs, but as precise, intelligent feedback. And that feedback has structure. It accelerates when you're aligned. It disappears when you're scattered. Let's be precise about what synchronicity is and what it's not. It is not cause and effect. It is not linear logic. It is acausal, meaning the event isn't caused by your action, but still holds meaning directly tied to your state of being. Carl Jung described it as the meeting of an inner psychological state with an external event that shares meaningful resonance, without a clear link of cause. In simpler terms, you feel something, you focus on something, and the field reflects it back through experience without a direct, visible bridge between the two. That reflection is not random. It's vibrational. When you are in resonance, when your thoughts, emotions, and actions align with a clear signal, you create a kind of frequency stability that becomes mirrored in your environment. The more coherent your signal, the more structured the response. You may notice a string of aligned events. A piece of information showing up right when you needed it. A stranger saying something that answers a private question. An opportunity that matches your intention appearing without effort. This is not the universe doing it for you. This is your field interacting with the larger field, and that interaction producing coherence in your timeline. When you're in flow, synchronicity becomes common. Not because you're more spiritual, but because your signal is more readable. Think of the quantum field like a complex web of frequencies. When you're broadcasting static, fear, contradiction, doubt, the field receives noise. But when you broadcast coherence, the field recognizes the pattern and reflects that pattern in the fabric of your reality. Synchronicity is the byproduct of alignment. It's a signal that your frequency has stabilized, and that stabilization is influencing the information stream around you. Here's where this gets even more fascinating. Studies in neuroscience show that the brain doesn't just passively interpret information. It actively constructs reality based on expectations, emotions, and patterns. What you notice and what you ignore is shaped by your internal state. So when synchronicity appears, it's not just the field changing. It's you tuning your perception to recognize previously invisible connections. That means synchronicity is a two-way phenomenon. The field sends a reflection. Your brain decodes it. And the clearer your internal state, the more accurate your interpretation. This is why people often say, "I've been seeing signs everywhere lately." It's not that the world changed. It's that they changed. Their filter shifted. Their focus refined. Their emotional state opened a new channel of awareness. And in that channel, information flows in unusual ways, not through control but through resonance. It's like being on the right radio station at the right time. You didn't force the broadcast. You just became tuned to it. Let's bring this back to personal creation. When you're trying to manifest something, a goal, a shift, a relationship, and you start seeing relevant, repeating patterns around you, that's not noise. That's not your imagination. That's the feedback system engaging. And that feedback is valuable. Tells you when you're close. Tells you when you're off track. It tells you when your frequency is sharp enough to shape probability. But synchronicity isn't just about signs. It's about momentum. The more you recognize the signals and respond with trust, the more momentum builds. And the field begins delivering not just reflections but pathways, opportunities, alignments, people, invitations, shifts. Your job is not to force them. Your job is to maintain the frequency that attracted them, and to take aligned action when the moment arrives. Now, a word of caution. Synchronicity can be misread. You can't turn every repeating number into a prophecy. You can't assign meaning to every minor event and call it destiny. That's not alignment, that's projection. True synchronicity has a quality of deep clarity. It's not desperate. It's not anxious. It's precise. It feels like a click, a knowing, a calm recognition. And when that recognition is consistent, you're in flow with the field. This is why emotional coherence matters so much. Because your emotion colors your perception. And your perception determines what you notice, how you interpret, and whether you respond in alignment. If you're in fear, you'll see warnings. If you're in trust, you'll see signals. Same event, different state, different message. So don't chase synchronicity. Let it arise from your frequency. Let it confirm what you already feel. Let it guide, not replace your internal knowing. Because ultimately, synchronicity is the universe echoing your vibration. It's not talking to you, it's reflecting you. And the more stable that reflection becomes, the more your timeline begins to organize around your alignment. This is not superstition. This is the resonance between awareness and field. And it is one of the clearest signs that reality is not random. It's responsive. Most people don't live their lives. They live scripts, stories downloaded from culture, family, media, and repetition, so deeply embedded that they feel like truth. But these stories are not reality. They're instructions. Instructions you didn't write but follow automatically every single day. Let's break this open. Your subconscious mind processes billions of bits of information per second. It takes in impressions, symbols, emotions, gestures, tones of voice, smells, colors, beliefs, and encodes them, not as memories, as patterns, as automated programs. From early childhood, your brain is a sponge. Before the age of 7, the brain operates primarily in a theta state, the same state used in hypnosis. That means children don't just learn from their environment, they absorb it, directly, without filters. If a parent always stresses about money, the child doesn't analyze it. They absorb it as fact. Money is stress. If love is inconsistent or conditional, the child learns, love is earned, not safe. If attention is scarce, the pattern becomes, I must perform to be seen. These absorbed patterns become internal operating systems. They shape perception. They filter reality. And they run in the background long after we forget where they came from. That's the script. It plays every time you walk into a room and feel the need to prove yourself. Every time you assume someone is judging you. Every time you sabotage a good opportunity because it feels too easy. The script doesn't care about logic. It runs on familiarity. And the subconscious loves what's familiar, even if it's painful. Because pain that's predictable is safer than uncertainty. So even when you say, I want change, if change contradicts the script, your system will resist it. This is why transformation isn't just about thinking differently. It's about becoming aware of the script you're running and replacing it with a new set of instructions that actually match who you want to be. Because until you do that, you're not manifesting consciously. You're repeating inherited code. And the field responds to that code, not your conscious desires. Let's go deeper. You have beliefs about money, about relationships, about your body, about success, about what's possible. Most of those beliefs were not created by conscious choice. They were absorbed, which means they can be replaced. But first, you need to catch them. And most of them don't appear as thoughts. They appear as automatic reactions. You see someone thriving and feel resentment instead of inspiration. That's a script. You try to speak up and freeze with anxiety. That's a script. You plan to start something new and end up binge-watching for 6 hours. That's not laziness. That's resistance built into the script. Now let's connect this back to quantum reality. The quantum field responds to coherent, consistent signals. But if your conscious mind is saying, I want success, and your subconscious script says, success means rejection, the field picks up the dominant signal, not the loudest one. And your subconscious always wins that battle, because it runs the show 95% of the time. That's why affirmations without reprogramming don't work. That's why visualization often backfires. You can't outthink a script that's deeper than thought, but you can interrupt it, and you can rewrite it. The first step is awareness. You don't need to go back and analyze your childhood for 10 years. You just need to start observing your triggers. Every time you feel disproportionate emotion, notice it. Every time you sabotage something that was going well, stop and ask, what story am I unconsciously following here? Write it down. Give it a voice. And then question it. Who does this belief belong to? Is it objectively true? Is it useful? Is it aligned with the person I am becoming? The more you observe the script, the more it loosens its grip. Then comes the upgrade. You replace the old story with a new one. You do it through repetition, through consistency, through conscious design, and yes, through emotion. Because emotion is what binds new information into the subconscious. That's why real change happens when belief, emotion, and identity shift together. You stop saying, I want to be confident. You start living, speaking, breathing, and feeling as if confidence is normal. Not as a performance, but as a practiced frequency. The subconscious doesn't respond to effort. It responds to repetition and feeling. So if you want a different life, you don't need to force outcomes. You need to install a new script and run it until it becomes your default. That's when the quantum field begins responding to a different version of you. Not because the world changed, but because your baseline signal did. Here's what most people don't realize. The field is neutral. It reflects your inner program, not your spoken request. So when your life feels repetitive, stuck, or looping, it's not bad luck. It's a stable script being played back through the environment. But once that script changes, once your subconscious instructions begin to match your conscious vision, reality reorganizes. People shift. Opportunities shift. Patterns break. Momentum builds. You no longer feel like you're trying to change your life. You feel like the life that was always meant for you is finally clicking into place. Not because it suddenly appeared, but because your internal filter finally stopped rejecting it. You don't manifest what you want. You manifest what your system believes is safe and familiar. Change the definition of safe. Change the definition of familiar. And the world around you changes to match. That's how the script ends. Not with effort, but with awareness. Not by pushing harder, but by broadcasting something entirely new. Take a moment and look around your life, your relationships, your finances, your health, your habits. What if these aren't random results? What if they're reflections? Not of what you think you want, but of what you consistently feel, believe, and focus on, even unconsciously. This is the principle of the quantum mirror. It's not a metaphor. It's a real pattern that shows up when you understand how the field responds to frequency. The field doesn't give you what you prefer. It reflects what you project. And it doesn't care whether that projection is conscious or subconscious. It simply mirrors the signal. Here's the key insight. The aspects of life that frustrate you most are often the ones reflecting parts of yourself you haven't reconciled. The argument you keep having. The type of people you keep attracting. The obstacle that repeats no matter how much you try to move on. These aren't punishments. They're feedback. Because the quantum field operates like a mirror, not in the sense of karma or judgment, but in terms of frequency organization. If you're sending out emotional instability, the field organizes your timeline around unstable outcomes. If you're radiating insecurity, you'll keep encountering situations that challenge your confidence. Not because the world is attacking you, but because your signal is organizing the information stream around your current state. And the signal doesn't lie. You might think, I'm being positive. I'm thinking good thoughts. But the field doesn't respond to positive language. It responds to dominant vibration. And that vibration includes your fears, your shame, your guilt, your avoidance. The parts of yourself you won't face get reflected through others, through circumstances, through patterns you can't shake. This is not something to fear. It's something to recognize and use, because the mirror gives you a shortcut to self-awareness. Instead of guessing where your signal is out of alignment, you can look at what's showing up. If you keep encountering betrayal, ask, what part of me still doubts I'm worth trusting? If you're stuck in scarcity, ask, where am I still operating from fear instead of possibility? If you're always in conflict, ask, what internal war am I avoiding? The mirror doesn't show you what you deserve. It shows you what's unresolved. This is where true personal power begins. Because once you understand that the field is a feedback system, not a delivery system, you stop blaming it. You start using it. Everything becomes a signal, not of what's going wrong, but of what's ready to be seen. And once something is seen clearly, it begins to lose its grip. Avoidance creates resistance. Recognition creates resonance. So the more willing you are to face what's showing up, the faster you shift the signal behind it. Let's make this practical. Start with the area of life that feels stuck or tense. Ask, if this was a mirror, what would it be reflecting about me? Not in terms of fault, in terms of frequency. Be radically honest. Are you projecting fear, control, need, guilt, entitlement? Then ask, what would a person broadcasting the result I want actually be feeling, believing, expecting? The difference between those two states, your current frequency and the aligned frequency, is your transformation path. You don't need to fix the outer situation. You need to shift the broadcast. Here's a key point most people miss. When something triggers you, a person, a situation, a failure, that doesn't mean the world is against you. It means your inner signal has met its friction point. The place where your conscious desire and subconscious programming clash. And the trigger shows you where the work is. Not punishment, permission, to see what's still unhealed, to clear the static in your frequency, to stop pretending everything's fine and face what's asking for attention. And when you face it, not by fighting it, but by witnessing it, you shift the energy behind it. The mirror reflects something new, not because you forced it, because you updated your signal. Now let's go deeper. The quantum mirror doesn't just reflect your wounds. It also reflects your readiness. Ever notice how when you're finally at peace with being alone, love shows up? Or when you stop obsessing about the result, the opportunity appears. That's not randomness. That's coherence. When the signal stabilizes, the field organizes. It doesn't respond to grasping. It responds to groundedness. That's why desperation repels and detachment attracts. Not because the field plays favorites, because one is static and the other is clear. So instead of trying to manipulate outcomes, treat every experience as a reflection. If it feels aligned, good, you're in resonance. If it feels off, good, now you have data. The mirror isn't good or bad. It's precise. It gives you exactly what matches your dominant energetic structure. And that structure is made of thought, emotion, belief, and embodiment. So the faster you own what you're projecting, the faster you shift what's reflected. Now here's the powerful part. You don't need to fix the mirror. You just need to change what you're putting in front of it. Life stops being about control and starts becoming about calibration. You don't resist unwanted patterns. You ask, what is this showing me about my current signal? And then you update that signal. The outer pattern either shifts or dissolves. Not by force, by resonance. The mirror is honest. Always, brutally sometimes. But its honesty is your leverage. Because once you see that your world is a real-time reflection of your frequency, you no longer need to guess where you stand. You just look, and you listen, and you adjust. That's how you reclaim your reality, not as a victim, and not as a manipulator, but as a frequency architect. Because everything reflects, and everything is feedback. The mirror isn't blocking you, it's guiding you. And the moment you stop avoiding what it shows, you stop repeating the patterns you're here to transcend. Right now, there are countless versions of your future that could unfold. Not figuratively, literally. According to quantum theory, all possibilities exist in a superposition until one outcome becomes real. And the key to collapsing that cloud of probabilities into physical experience isn't time, chance, or luck. It's decision. A real decision is not a fleeting thought. It's not a wish or a hope or a maybe. It's a shift in your internal structure. It creates alignment between your intention, your focus, and your emotional state, and that alignment stabilizes a specific outcome in the quantum field. Think of superposition as a state of potential. Every possible timeline, every outcome you could live already exists within the field. They're not fantasy. They're options. But none of them become real until something interacts with the field in a specific, consistent way. That interaction is not just observation, it's conscious commitment. Decision does that. It narrows infinite potential into one coherent path. Not through willpower, through resonance. When you fully commit to something, not just mentally but energetically, you send a precise signal into the field. That signal collapses ambiguity. It instructs the wave function to resolve into form. And it does. Not always instantly, but structurally. Now here's the trap. Most people never make a real decision. They rehearse a desire. They analyze it. They fantasize about it. But they leave back doors open. They hold conflicting intentions. They say, I'll try, instead of, I will. That half-hearted approach creates mixed signals. And mixed signals don't collapse waves. They reinforce indecision. And the field reflects back uncertainty, in outcomes, in timing, in clarity. But when the signal becomes focused, when your internal state and external behavior match the decision you've made, the field locks onto it. The infinite reduces to one. And reality begins shifting to accommodate your new trajectory. This isn't just theory. It's physics. The wave function in quantum systems does not collapse until interaction occurs. And your decision is interaction. Your full body yes is energetic measurement. That measurement selects a reality. And the rest, the alternatives, begin to fade from probability. This is why timelines don't just happen. They're chosen. Not by chance, by coherence. Now let's apply this to your life. Every time you waffle, hesitate, or second-guess, you're keeping multiple timelines in play. Every time you commit, embody, and act consistently, you're collapsing the rest. That's what makes decision powerful. Not because it controls the future, because it stabilizes it. Think of your life like a lens. When it's unfocused, the light scatters. When it's aligned, the light concentrates and creates a sharp, clear image. Decision is focus, and focus is clarity. And clarity sends a strong, consistent signal into the field, one that locks probability into place. Here's what most people misunderstand. They think they need to see evidence before committing. But the field doesn't respond to hesitation. It responds to alignment. Waiting for certainty before deciding is like waiting for a fire to give you heat before you add wood. It doesn't work that way. You don't need all the answers. You don't need every step mapped out. You need to decide what version of reality you're committed to, and then start being the person who lives there. From that point, the field begins to arrange support. Not because it owes you anything, because you've made a selection. And that selection becomes magnetic. You'll notice shifts in momentum, in opportunity, in feedback. You'll meet people who feel aligned. You'll stumble across information that speaks directly to your new path. Not because it's magical, because it's consistent with the frequency you're now stabilized in. But the signal only stays strong when the decision stays active. Backtracking, second-guessing, trying to believe, all of that weakens the structure, and the field mirrors that weakness. This is why integrity matters, not moral integrity, but energetic consistency. You don't make a decision once. You live it, you repeat it, you embody it, and every time you hold that alignment, the field responds more precisely. Now let's clarify something important. Decision is not the same as attachment. You can decide with conviction and still remain unattached to form. You're not demanding a specific person, job, or timeline. You're aligning with a specific frequency and allowing the field to organize form around that. That difference is critical. Attachment collapses possibility into rigidity. Decision expands alignment into flow. One is control. The other is co-creation. So when you say, "This is who I am now," and your thoughts, feelings, and actions reflect that consistently, the old timeline starts dissolving. You feel the pull of old habits, old doubts, old identities, but you don't answer, because the decision has already been made, and the field already received the signal. That's how you shift reality. Not by hoping, not by waiting, by selecting and sustaining. It's not complicated, but it is rare, because most people fear finality. They're afraid of losing options, afraid of being wrong, afraid that commitment closes doors. But in quantum terms, it's the opposite. Commitment opens the door to the version of you that already exists in the field, but can't emerge until the signal stabilizes. So here's the real question. What have you been postponing? What decision are you avoiding? What version of yourself is waiting on the other side of your full body yes? Because until you say it, live it, be it, that version remains probability. But the moment you decide for real, it becomes reality. And the rest, the doubts, the distractions, the detours, they collapse. Because the field has received new instructions. And the wave is no longer open. It has resolved. It has formed. It has become yours. You've heard it 100 times. Everything is energy. But hearing it and understanding it are two different things. Because if you truly grasped what that meant, not as a concept but as a reality, you'd stop trying to force outcomes. You'd stop reacting to circumstances as if they were fixed. And you'd start working with energy as the true cause behind every visible effect. The problem isn't that you don't have energy. The problem is that you've been using it the wrong way. Let's get something clear. You are not made of matter. You are made of atoms. And atoms, as we've already explored, are mostly empty space, with their mass arising from movement, vibration, and fields. So what are you, really? You're structured energy. You're a dynamic field of electromagnetic activity, broadcasting signals, receiving input, and constantly interacting with a larger energetic field. And that larger field, the one we call the quantum field, is not solid, static, or neutral. It's responsive. It's intelligent in the sense that it responds to structure, frequency, and coherence. So when you focus your energy, when you stabilize your frequency, when your internal state becomes congruent, that field reflects structure. Not through magic, through physics. Now here's the twist. Most people use their energy reactively. They respond to life after it happens. They expend emotional power on things that don't align with their future. They invest thought into outcomes they don't want. They focus attention on limitations, not potentials. That is using energy backwards. Energy was never meant to react to reality. It was meant to create it. But if your energy is tied up in fighting circumstances, arguing with the past, resisting the present, then there's no coherent signal left for building the future. You're scattering your field. You're diffusing your power. And the field reflects that diffusion by delivering inconsistent, delayed, or distorted outcomes. This is why burnout happens even when you're taking aligned action. Because it's not about how much you do. It's about how you use your energy while doing it. You can take 10 powerful, clear actions in a state of flow and create more momentum than 100 frantic efforts made in resistance. Why? Because the field responds to quality of frequency, not quantity of motion. So let's ask the real question. Where is your energy actually going? Not your time, not your schedule, your energy. Every thought you repeat, every emotion you rehearse, every identity you defend, that's energy output. And if that output doesn't align with what you say you want, you're feeding two opposing realities at once. The one you want, and the one you're trying to escape. Most people feed both. They visualize success and worry all day. They script abundance and argue with their bills. They affirm love and mentally replay every past rejection. That's backward energy flow. It's misaligned usage of a limited but powerful resource. And the field doesn't filter intention from energy. It just reflects what's being broadcast. So your work is not to do more. It's to manage your internal energy economy. Start by becoming ruthless with your energetic leaks. Every complaint, every internal contradiction, every indulgence in helplessness or blame. It doesn't mean you suppress emotion. It means you stop feeding patterns that don't lead anywhere. You don't need to be emotionless. You need to be selective, not in what you feel, but in what you energize. Feeling frustration is human. Feeding it for 5 days is a misuse of energy. Same with guilt. Same with fear. Same with shame. You don't eliminate these emotions by ignoring them. You eliminate their grip by not amplifying them. And when you stop amplifying incoherence, you recover energy. You start channeling it toward a single, unified direction. And the field begins to organize around that signal. It's not personal. It's structural. Now let's talk about energy input. Your nervous system doesn't just emit energy. It receives it. And your receptors are tuned based on attention and expectation. If you expect life to be hard, your system tunes itself to find obstacles. If you expect connection, your system starts noticing possibility. If you expect progress, your system becomes more sensitive to solutions. This is how you begin to feed your energetic state, not through fantasy, but through focus. Where you place attention determines what part of the field you're receiving from, and where you place emotion determines what part of the field you're reinforcing. You're not just a transmitter, you're a feedback loop, and that loop is always active even when you're not aware of it. So if you want to shift what life is giving you, you have to shift what you're doing with the energy you already have. Are you using it to prove the past? To protect the ego? To replay what went wrong? Or are you using it to build the frequency of what's next? Because that decision changes everything. Here's a simple exercise to flip the flow. Start each day by asking 2 questions. What version of me am I feeding today? What energy patterns no longer deserve my fuel? Then act accordingly. Not perfectly, but intentionally. Start saying no to distractions that drain you, mentally, emotionally, digitally. Start saying yes to the thoughts, feelings, and actions that mirror the frequency of the future you actually want to live. And stop waiting for evidence before shifting. Energy comes first. Form follows energy. You don't wait for reality to give you permission. You give the field structure and it reflects that structure. You've been using your energy to interpret. Now use it to instruct. You've been using it to cope. Now use it to create. Because when you stop reacting and start directing, you reclaim your power as an energetic being in a responsive universe. Everything is energy. That's not the revelation. The revelation is that your energy is creative, and every moment you choose what it creates next. You were taught to see time as a straight line. Past behind you, future ahead of you, present right now. Ticking forward. Constant. Unstoppable. But that's not how time actually behaves. Not in physics. Not in consciousness. And not in your own experience if you've been paying attention. Time is not fixed. It's flexible. And it bends not just in theory but in your daily life. Let's start with what modern physics has revealed. Einstein's theory of relativity shattered the idea of time as universal. It showed that time is not a separate force from space. It's part of a four-dimensional continuum, space-time. In that structure, time slows down when you move faster. Time stretches in the presence of massive gravitational fields. Astronauts returning from space have literally aged slower than those who stayed on Earth. So no, time isn't equal for everyone. It isn't consistent across experience. It can bend, stretch, and warp depending on conditions. But this goes beyond astronauts, because your perception of time is also elastic. Think about it. When you're anxious, time drags. When you're inspired, it flies. When you're bored, every second feels like a wait. When you're in love, hours vanish in what feels like minutes. Your inner state affects your time experience. And that experience isn't just mental, it's energetic. When you're fully present, time softens. When you're resisting the moment, time becomes rigid. Now let's add another layer. In quantum theory, the order of time is not guaranteed. Events that are entangled can affect each other regardless of time direction. Some experiments even suggest that future events can influence past behavior, not by rewriting the past, but by rearranging probabilities in the present. In other words, the arrow of time isn't as straight as it seems. And the flow you think you're following might be more like a loop, a field, or even a network of timelines existing simultaneously. And this matters because it reveals something critical. Your future is not waiting ahead of you, it's coexisting with now. And your state, right here, right now, determines which version of the future you connect with. You're not moving through time. You're selecting timelines. You're shifting between versions of reality based on energetic compatibility. Every choice you make, every belief you reinforce, every emotion you embody, stabilizes a specific timeline. And time responds, compresses, it expands. It reorganizes events in ways that match your current signal. You've felt this before. Moments when things seem to line up perfectly, faster than expected. Or the opposite, when no matter how hard you push, everything feels delayed, off, or stuck. That's not time failing you. That's a signal mismatch. You're not just experiencing time. You're influencing how it unfolds based on your state. Now let's bring this down to a practical truth. If you want to accelerate results, whether that's healing, creation, or alignment, you don't need to manipulate time. You need to shift the quality of your presence. Because presence is not passive. It's an energetic gateway. When you are fully present, not mentally multitasking, not emotionally resisting, you collapse distractions. You collapse interference. You increase coherence. And coherence changes the rate at which reality responds. It's why you can do one thing from an aligned state and watch everything speed up, while doing 20 things in resistance creates delay. That delay is not time's fault. It's a symptom of energetic friction. When your inner and outer states are in sync, time feels smooth. When they're out of sync, time becomes distorted. So if you want to influence how life unfolds, stop tracking hours and start tracking alignment. The more aligned you are, the more nonlinear time becomes. You've already experienced this. Have you ever had a sudden insight that changed your understanding of the past? That's not memory, that's a timeline shift. A new pattern replaces an old one, and suddenly the past means something different. Have you ever had a dream, a vision, or a flash of inspiration that later turned out to be accurate? That's not imagination. That's resonance with a future possibility already coded in the field. This isn't magic. It's access. You access different timelines through emotion, belief, and presence. And time is just the canvas that responds to that access. Here's the real twist. When you focus too hard on linear progress, step 1, step 2, step 3, you often slow yourself down. Because the version of you who already has the result you want might not need those steps at all. Your linear brain thinks in sequences, but the field works in structure. And when your signal matches the structure of the desired outcome, time reorganizes events to support that outcome, even if it seems out of order based on your expectations. So don't ask, how long will this take? Ask, how aligned am I with the timeline that contains this result? Because that answer tells you everything. You are not bound by the past. You are not trapped by the clock. You are interacting with a multidimensional field where all versions of you already exist. And the one you experience, that's the one your frequency matches now. So when you wake up tomorrow, you're not just entering another day. You're stepping into another timeline. The question is, which one? Not the one you want, not the one you hope for, the one you're in harmony with. And that harmony begins in presence. When you're here, fully here, without judgment, without rush, you open doors in time that don't exist on a calendar. That's how acceleration happens. Not by doing more, by becoming more resonant. Your job is not to chase time. It's to understand that you're already moving through it, not as a passenger, but as a navigator. And every moment is an invitation to shift timelines, not someday, but now. You're not waiting to shift into a new reality. You've already done it, multiple times. And chances are you didn't even realize it. Because timeline shifts aren't always dramatic. They're subtle. They're seamless. They happen not through fireworks, but through frequency compatibility. If you're expecting some loud rupture in reality, some sci-fi moment of teleportation or disappearing landscapes, you're missing what's actually happening. You are constantly moving between potential versions of reality based on micro-decisions, emotional states, and energetic alignment. Let's begin with something simple: memory. Think about an event from your past. Conversation. Turning point. Something you remember clearly. Now ask yourself, has that memory always felt the same way? Or has it shifted? Have there been moments where you suddenly understood something new about it? Where it seemed lighter or darker? Where your interpretation changed completely? That's a timeline shift. You didn't just reinterpret the past. You accessed a version of your past that's connected to your present signal. Because the past isn't fixed, it's part of a living structure. And when you change your state, you change which version of your past is relevant now. The same goes for your identity. Think about how you used to define yourself, the roles you clung to, the limits you accepted. At some point, those began to feel untrue. Not because you gathered enough evidence to disprove them, but because you stopped matching the frequency of that version of you. That's another shift. Timeline changes happen not by altering what exists, but by choosing what version of existence you're interacting with now. So yes, you've already shifted. Many times. You just weren't trained to recognize the signs. Let's go deeper. Have you ever had a moment where something felt off? Like a subtle glitch in reality? A detail that changed? A word you could have sworn was different? An object out of place even though no one touched it? A person behaving in a way that contradicts your memory of them? These are often dismissed as forgetfulness. But when they come with a strange sense of awareness, a kind of charged presence, they may be signs that your consciousness has synced up with a slightly different version of reality. This is known, in pop culture, as the Mandela effect, a phenomenon where large groups of people remember alternate versions of the same event. But on a personal level, it's far more powerful than novelty or trivia. It's evidence of decoherence. In quantum mechanics, decoherence is what happens when a system that was in superposition, multiple potential states, collapses into one observable outcome. And consciousness appears to play a role in which version stabilizes. So when you shift belief, emotion, or identity at a fundamental level, the version of reality that's compatible with the old you loses coherence. And you stop syncing with it. That's why you wake up some mornings and things feel different. Not because the world changed overnight, but because you did. Your frequency moved, and the field responded. Sometimes it's obvious: you quit a job, end a relationship, start something new. But sometimes it's silent. A thought you no longer think. A fear that no longer feels relevant. A desire that suddenly dissolves without a trace. Those are transitions, markers of a timeline that's ended, and a new one that's begun. And if you've been doing the work, becoming more conscious, more intentional, more coherent, then you've already exited multiple versions of reality that were once familiar. You've felt the discomfort. You've sensed the detachment. You've experienced the in-between phase where the old no longer fits and the new hasn't fully stabilized. That phase is the threshold. It's the echo of your consciousness finishing the transfer. And once it stabilizes, life starts feeling organized around a different center. Different people resonate. Different opportunities arise. Different patterns emerge, not because you've improved your luck, but because you've shifted your access. You're now living in a reality that your old self wasn't compatible with. This is why external reality doesn't change instantly, because matter responds to consistency, not momentary spikes of intention. So while the shift may begin internally, the full expression of that shift unfolds as you hold the new signal over time. That's when the field adapts. That's when reality updates. That's when momentum builds. And if you're still waiting for something outside of you to confirm the shift, you're delaying the stabilization. Because the field doesn't confirm the change first. It mirrors the change after the signal has been sustained. So the proof comes not from outside. It comes from recognizing the mismatch between your current state and your former reality, and realizing that the mismatch itself is the evidence. That person who no longer triggers you, that opportunity you once wanted, now feels wrong, that emotional reaction that just doesn't fire anymore. Proof that you're no longer in the same version of yourself and therefore no longer on the same timeline. Here's what that means. You don't need to beg reality to change. You don't need to wait for signs. You don't need to force progress. You're already shifting, continuously. The real work is to become conscious of it. To stop arguing with the parts that are falling away. To stop doubting the new alignment that feels too different. Because that difference is exactly what growth looks like. That distance is what change feels like until it stabilizes. And once it does, you'll look back and barely recognize the version of you that once struggled with what now feels effortless. So don't ask, when will I shift? Ask, what am I matching right now? Because every belief you hold, every emotion you repeat, every version of you that you identify with is shaping the trajectory you're on. And the moment you lock in a new identity, the old reality starts falling away. Fast. Not because it was bad, because you stopped choosing it. And now something else is available. Right now, there's another version of you living a different life. Same body, same soul, but different choices, different outcomes, different timeline. That version isn't in your imagination. It exists, and you're separated not by space, not by time, but by vibration. This isn't science fiction. It's a natural conclusion of quantum theory, specifically the many worlds interpretation. According to this model, every time a quantum event occurs, all possible outcomes happen. Each outcome branches into its own version of reality. And every observer, every conscious agent, continues in the version their frequency aligns with. Now expand this beyond atoms. Apply it to your thoughts, your choices, your identity. Because you, too, are a quantum system. And every decision you make doesn't just influence what happens. It determines which version of you continues forward. That means you don't just live one life. You live a stream of selected lives, branching out from your emotional, mental, and behavioral patterns. So when you say, "There's a part of me that wonders what could have been," you're not fantasizing. You're feeling the energetic trace of another timeline, one where you made a different choice. And those timelines don't vanish. They continue, which means the version of you who said yes when you said no, who left when you stayed, who believed when you doubted. That version is not just theoretical. It's real in a universe just slightly out of sync with this one. And here's the most important part. You can access it, not by jumping through dimensions, but by tuning into the frequency of that version of you. Let's strip away the mysticism and explain this clearly. Every choice you make sends a frequency signal. That signal stabilizes a specific reality structure, not just in your mind, but in the quantum field. And the field doesn't delete old versions. It organizes them. So when you shift your belief, when you change your emotional baseline, when you act as if something is already true, you begin to match the structure of a different timeline. And the field begins to reorganize your experience accordingly. That's not creating a new reality. That's matching an already existing one. You don't build the path. You align with the path. And the path becomes visible. This explains those moments when everything seems to speed up, when life catches up with you. like it's rearranging itself to accommodate the new you. It's not catching up. You just shifted into a reality where those outcomes were already lined up. The other you had already done the work, and now you're synced with their path. This isn't metaphor. It's mechanics. Let's get even more specific. If there's a version of you who has the result you want, whether that's health, wealth, purpose, love, or peace, then the frequency of that version already exists in the field. And that frequency isn't a mystery. It's readable. You can access it through behavior, through emotion, through thought structure, through energy alignment. So instead of asking, how do I become that version of me? Ask, what does that version believe is obvious? How do they feel in their body? What do they stop giving energy to? What do they no longer tolerate? And then start answering those questions with action. Because every time you act in alignment with that version, not once but repeatedly, you are tuning your field to match theirs. And when that match is strong enough, a shift occurs. You start syncing with their reality. Different people show up. New opportunities emerge. Synchronicities multiply. Not because you forced it, because you finally became compatible with what was already there. That's how timeline merging works. You're not pulling reality toward you. You're pulling yourself toward reality. And the moment your signal matches the path of the other you begin walking their road. The road they've already cleared. The path they've already prepared by making the choices you're just now starting to make. Now, a caution. You can't fake this. You can't say, I'm aligned, while still holding on to doubt. You can't affirm a new timeline while acting like the old one is still in charge. The field doesn't respond to hope. It responds to harmony. You must become the version of you that lives the reality you desire. Not once, not briefly, but consistently. That consistency is what stabilizes the shift. Because in any given moment, you're bouncing between micro-timelines, subtle shifts based on mood, thought, and focus. But when you hold a frequency long enough, your field reorients. Your subconscious begins to update. Your external environment starts reorganizing. And that's when the new timeline becomes dominant. Here's the breakthrough. You are not locked into who you've been. Not by memory. Not by genetics. Not by circumstance. The version of you who already lives your highest outcome is as real as this one. You've just been out of sync. But that sync is always available. And the bridge to it is not mystical. It's practical. It's built with aligned behavior, aligned attention, aligned emotion. The quantum field doesn't respond to struggle. It responds to structure. And the more clearly you define the structure of the you who has it, the easier it becomes to match. So take the pressure off of trying to manifest. Shift the focus to identifying and embodying the version of you who already is. Because that version isn't out of reach. They're right here, in the field, waiting for you to catch the signal and walk through the open door. There's a version of you who's already solved what you're struggling with. They've made the decision, built the habit, aligned with the outcome. They're not in the future. They're in a different vibrational state, one you can access now. That access point is called quantum jumping. This isn't fantasy. It's frequency alignment. Quantum jumping is not about traveling anywhere. It's about shifting your conscious identity to match a version of yourself that already exists in the quantum field, and letting that version start making your decisions. We've already established that the quantum field contains all potential realities, including every version of you, from every choice, belief, and emotional baseline you've ever activated. So the question is not, can I become that version? The question is, how do I stop identifying with the version that's blocking it? Because if every version of you exists, then you don't need to become someone new. You just need to sync with who's already there. That's where quantum jumping begins. It's the process of shifting from the current self you're identified with, the one rooted in memory, habit, and repetition, to a version of you that's organized around the result you desire. And not visiting it like a concept, living from it like a truth. Let's break this down. Every self-concept broadcasts a frequency. I'm stuck has a frequency. I'm learning has a frequency. I always figure things out has a frequency. These aren't just affirmations. They're structural vibrations of identity. And each version of you carries a different energetic signature, which is why each timeline feels different. The moment you fully shift into a new identity, the rules begin to change. Not because reality is rewriting itself, but because you've changed your access point within the field. Quantum jumping starts with that shift. Not by wishing for it, not by waiting to deserve it, but by practicing the state of consciousness that the target version of you already lives in. You don't wait to feel confident after success. You train confidence as the gateway to success. You don't become peaceful after everything is fixed. You stabilize peace and reality organizes around it. So how do you initiate a jump? You begin by clearly defining the version of you that already has the result. Not vague traits, specific attributes. How do they speak? How do they move? What do they believe is normal? What do they stop explaining? What do they prioritize first in the morning? What do they no longer tolerate? You treat that version not as a fantasy but as a reference point, and you begin to take on their structure. Then comes embodiment. This is where most people stop short. They visualize, they affirm, but they never shift their behavioral identity. Quantum jumping doesn't respond to fantasy. It responds to frequency plus action. If the version of you who already has what you want walks with certainty, you stop walking like someone who's waiting for permission. If they say no to distractions, you stop negotiating with things that drain your energy. If they show up with value, clarity, and presence, you stop shrinking to fit the room. This is not about pretending. It's about practicing resonance. You're building a bridge with thought, behavior, and feeling. And every time you act from that version, even in small ways, you reinforce the jump. The more often you visit that version of you, the more familiar it becomes. And when familiarity replaces resistance, the shift locks in. Because the field doesn't respond to intensity, it responds to consistency. You may feel the jump before you see external results. A lightness, a disconnection from past problems. A sudden clarity about what's no longer aligned. A strange calm in the face of decisions that used to scare you. These aren't coincidences. They're signs that your frequency has shifted, and that the field is reorganizing around the new version you've chosen. Now comes the integration phase. After you jump, you will encounter moments that try to pull you back into the old self. Familiar triggers, lingering doubts, echoes of the timeline you just left. This isn't failure. It's a test of coherence. And your job is simple. Keep choosing the new signal. You don't argue with the old self. You don't beg the field to respond. You keep acting as the version of you who's already aligned, until the world stops challenging the shift and starts confirming it. You may not feel a dramatic transformation overnight. That's not the point. Quantum jumping is not about speed. It's about access. You are learning to access higher fidelity versions of yourself, and sustaining that access long enough for reality to reflect it. The shift stabilizes when the jump becomes normal. When you no longer need to remind yourself. When the thoughts of the old self feel foreign. When the habits of the new self feel obvious. That's when the jump is complete. Not because the universe gave you a reward, but because your signal stopped sending mixed messages. This is the essence of quantum jumping. You choose the self that aligns. You live from that self before it's convenient. You respond to life as that self until life can't ignore the signal. And once you do that consistently, you stop thinking about change and start living as someone who's already changed. The field doesn't require proof to support you. It responds to stability. So the real question isn't, how do I become that version of me? Am I willing to stop rehearsing the version that's no longer aligned? Because the other you, the clearer, freer, stronger you, already exists, not out of reach, not in the distant future, but just on the other side of your next choice. There's a system inside you that's always guiding you, not with logic, not with planning, not even with goals. It works through frequency. It's called your emotional GPS, and it's choosing your universe in every moment. This system isn't theoretical. It's active, it's ancient, and it's far more accurate than most people realize. Emotions aren't just reactions to life. They're selectors. Every emotion you feel broadcasts a signal, and that signal aligns with a specific version of reality. You are constantly surrounded by infinite parallel timelines, overlapping like invisible radio stations. Each timeline carries its own structure, people, outcomes, opportunities. And the emotion you hold right now determines which one you are in sync with. This is not symbolic. This is energetic resonance. You don't need to understand the science to feel it. You already do. When you're grateful, you notice more to be grateful for. When you're angry, you attract more friction. When you're relaxed, things flow. When you're afraid, things tighten. That's not mood. That's timeline selection. The universe doesn't judge what emotion you're in. It just reflects the signal. Not in an abstract way, in actual experiences. That's why one person walks into a room and finds opportunity, while another walks into the same room and finds rejection. Same place, different vibration, different result. The emotion you carry is not passive. It's your steering wheel. And if you don't know how to listen to it, you're driving blind, bouncing from one timeline to another without realizing it. So here's the question most people never ask. What emotion is actually guiding your life? Not what you say you feel, what you default to, what you rehearse, what you normalize, because that emotion is doing the selection. Let's break it down even further. Every emotion emits a frequency. Higher emotions like love, joy, appreciation, empowerment, these carry faster, more coherent wavelengths. Lower emotions like fear, guilt, shame, and powerlessness, these vibrate slower and create static. The cleaner your signal, the more clearly the field responds. This is why people who seem lucky often just hold a frequency that syncs with ease. It's not random. It's not privilege. It's emotional consistency. They expect flow. They respond with optimism. They hold themselves in emotional alignment long enough for the external world to mirror it. And the field, which responds only to structure, organizes reality around that stability. This is what most people miss. You don't have to figure out how your life changes. You only need to tune your signal to the version of life where it already has. The rest is response. Here's the power move. Instead of chasing outcomes, you practice emotions. Instead of asking, "What should I do?" you ask, "What does alignment feel like right now?" Because emotion always comes before clarity, not after. You don't wait for life to give you a reason to feel good. You feel good as the reason life begins to respond. But this doesn't mean you fake it. It doesn't mean you plaster happiness over sadness. This isn't spiritual bypassing. This is about listening, because your emotional GPS isn't judging you, it's guiding you. When you feel constricted, it's not punishment. It's data. It means your current perspective is out of alignment with your higher timeline. When you feel relief, it's confirmation. You've just realigned with a more coherent version of you. Every emotion is feedback. Every feedback is a choice point. You can double down on misalignment, or you can adjust. And that's how you steer. You don't force. You don't fight. You feel. You notice. You refine. And over time, you begin to recognize patterns. You'll notice that certain thoughts always bring you into contraction. Certain environments always drain your coherence. Certain habits keep pulling you back to timelines you've outgrown. That's your GPS saying, this version of reality is not yours anymore. And when you listen, things shift. The job you thought you needed begins to dissolve. The relationship you thought you couldn't live without stops resonating. The coping mechanism that used to comfort you now feels toxic. Not because you've lost something, but because your emotional signature no longer matches the timeline that version of you belonged to. You've tuned out of it, and life is reorganizing accordingly. This is the part most people resist, the phase where misaligned structures collapse. But that collapse is sacred. It clears the path for the aligned version to take form. That's the moment when your GPS is screaming, keep going. Don't interpret discomfort as failure. This is your exit velocity. Because every time you hold an elevated state longer than your past identity can tolerate, you burn through the timeline that used to contain you. And the jump locks in. So what's the practice? You learn to tune in emotionally before you act physically. Before making a choice, ask, What's the emotion behind this? Fear or love? Control or freedom? Desperation or clarity? And choose the emotion that matches your desired timeline, not your current one. You do this repeatedly, moment to moment, decision to decision, and the field begins to stabilize a version of reality that matches your upgraded internal state. This is how your universe changes, not by accident and not by effort, by frequency guidance. And the frequency is already inside you, right now, not as a theory, as a feeling. You don't need to figure everything out. You just need to stop overriding your own navigation system, because it's already pointing to a better version of you, a cleaner reality, a faster path. The only question is, are you willing to feel your way there? If your life feels stuck, it's not because reality is fixed. It's because the script you're running is outdated, and you're still acting like it's the only option. Beliefs are not passive thoughts. They are reality-generating codes. They define the boundaries of what you allow, what you expect, and what you unconsciously create. Most of those beliefs aren't yours. You inherited them from parents, culture, school, trauma, repetition. And now they run like background software, shaping what reality delivers without your conscious consent. Every belief is a filter. It tells your nervous system what to pay attention to. It tells your energy field what to expect. And it tells the quantum field what to mirror. So if you've been trying to change your life, but it keeps circling back to the same emotional patterns, the same ceilings, the same almosts, it's probably because the script underneath hasn't changed. This isn't about blame. It's about structure. The structure of your life can only shift as fast as the code that runs it. So let's get clear. A belief is not what you say you think. It's what your nervous system treats as true. That's why you can affirm abundance 50 times a day. But if you still feel unworthy at your core, you'll unconsciously block the very thing you claim to desire. Because the field doesn't reflect affirmations. It reflects coherence. And coherence only happens when what you think, feel, and expect are speaking the same language. So the first step to real change is not thinking positive. It's becoming aware of the beliefs that are doing the actual scripting. Ask yourself, what do I assume is hard for me, but easy for others? What do I expect to go wrong, even when things go right? What emotion feels more familiar, success or disappointment? What identity am I defending without realizing it? Because that's the belief doing the work. Now let's clarify something. Beliefs aren't just ideas. They're energetic patterns encoded in your body, not just your brain. You didn't just learn beliefs from language. You absorbed them through experience. That moment when someone dismissed you, belief formed. That time you tried and failed in public, belief formed. That relationship where you had to earn love, belief formed. And once the pattern stabilizes, your mind begins looking for confirmation. Not because it's true, but because familiarity feels safe. This is how reality becomes self-reinforcing. You believe something is hard, so your behavior, energy, and attention unconsciously align with that belief. And life reflects it not as punishment but as precision. And you say, see, I was right. And the cycle continues. The good news? It's not fixed. Beliefs are not permanent. They are programmable. But you can't just slap a new belief on top of the old one. You have to remove the outdated code first. How? By identifying it, questioning it, and disrupting the emotion that keeps it alive. Because beliefs are glued together by emotion. Without emotion, they dissolve. So if you want to upgrade your internal script, you start where the charge is. Not the story, the feeling. That shame you keep carrying? It's probably linked to a belief like, I'm not enough. That anger that resurfaces? It's tied to, I always get overlooked. That low-level sadness? It's connected to what I want isn't possible for me. And the moment you bring awareness to the emotional signature, you weaken the belief's authority. Because awareness doesn't argue. It exposes. And what's exposed can no longer operate in the dark. From there, you can start to recode. But you don't do this by shouting new affirmations over old wounds. You do it by choosing thoughts that your nervous system can accept. Instead of saying, I am rich, while panicking over bills, you say, I am learning to trust money more each day. Instead of, I'm always confident, you say, it's getting easier to feel safe in my own voice. These aren't downgrades, they're bridges, because belief doesn't change through pressure. It changes through proof. You give yourself small wins. You track progress. You build emotional safety around the new story. And the nervous system begins to rewire. That's neuroplasticity. That's frequency recalibration. That's reality bending. And it's real. As your internal code updates, you'll notice the field responding differently. Things that used to trigger shame now feel neutral. Opportunities you once dismissed suddenly feel accessible. The tension around visibility, worth, or love begins to dissolve. Not because life changed randomly, but because you stopped repeating the command that kept it in place. That's the real work. Not forcing the outside to behave differently, but interrupting the story that told it how to behave. And once the new script starts running, your outer world catches up fast. You'll hear yourself say things you never allowed before. You'll respond to challenges with more steadiness. You'll stop chasing the thing you used to need proof for, because now you're the proof. Your identity becomes the evidence, and reality falls into line. This is why transformation doesn't start with a vision board. It starts with the audacity to stop believing the lie. The lie that you're too late. The lie that you need permission. The lie that change has to be hard. None of that is encoded into reality. It's encoded into your script. But you can rewrite it today, right now. Not because you've earned it, because you've finally questioned the script that told you hadn't. Your beliefs have been shaping your world like invisible architects. And the moment you change the blueprint, the structure must respond. So ask yourself honestly, which part of your life feels like repetition? Which struggle keeps circling back? Which result feels like déjà vu? That's the belief screaming for an update. And the moment you say, no more, a different line of code gets written. And the script, the one your reality is acting out, finally changes. You don't get what you want. You get who you are. Not the surface-level version, the real, encoded identity you carry on autopilot. Most people are stuck. Not because they're lazy or unlucky or unworthy. They're stuck because their identity script is stuck on repeat. Identity isn't just self-image. It's the command center. It's the energetic code telling reality how to treat you, who you're allowed to become, and what outcomes are normal. And if your identity hasn't updated, nothing else sticks. Not the visualizations, not the habits, not even the breakthroughs. Because when you try to build a new life on top of an old identity, the loop pulls you back. And the loop is relentless. Let's break this down. Every day you wake up and unconsciously reinstate the same character. You reinforce the same emotional default, the same posture, the same internal dialogue, the same expectations. It feels familiar, so you assume it's you, but it's just repetition. And repetition feels like truth when you stop questioning it. Here's the kicker. Your identity isn't just psychological. It's vibrational. It has weight. It has frequency. It sends out a pattern that reality mirrors. So when you say, this always happens to me, you're not making an observation. You're issuing a command. And the quantum field listens. Not to what you want, but to who you're being. You can have the best intentions in the world. But if your energy says, I'm still the person who fails, the field will deliver results to match that version of you. This is the identity loop. Thoughts create emotion. Emotion fuels identity. Identity directs attention. Attention finds proof. Proof reinforces thoughts. And the cycle continues until something interrupts it. And here's the uncomfortable truth. Most people don't want to change who they are. They want to change what they have. But reality doesn't work like that. Because what you have is always an expression of who you are at the structural level. Want different relationships. Be someone who expects depth, not just longs for it. Want financial shift. Be someone who no longer resonates with lack. Not someone chasing money from survival. Want peace? Be someone who doesn't need chaos to feel alive. This isn't motivational fluff. This is field physics. Because your current identity is like a frequency fence. It lets in what matches and repels what doesn't. So you can temporarily hack results. But if they don't match your self-concept, you'll sabotage, delay, or reject them unconsciously. Not because you're weak, because the loop hasn't changed. That's why breakthroughs without identity shifts never last. You lose the weight, but still think like someone who's broken. You land the opportunity, but still carry the guilt of being unworthy. You fall in love, but still fear being abandoned. So what happens? You return to the emotional state that feels most like you. Because even pain feels safe when it's familiar. This is why the most powerful transformation doesn't happen by adding more. It happens by stripping away the false identities that were never yours to begin with. So here's the real question. Who would you be without your struggle? Not what would you do. Who would you be? What identity would you step into if you weren't addicted to proving, fixing, chasing? Because for most people, the pain isn't the problem. It's the glue holding the identity together. Change that and the loop breaks. So how do you update identity? Start with observation. Track your self-talk. Not the loud voice, the subtle one. When you're quiet, what story are you still telling? I don't belong. I'm too much. I'll mess it up. I'm always behind. Those are identity statements. They're not just limiting beliefs, they're structural declarations. Once you identify them, stop trying to fix them. Just question them. Ask, who taught me this? Where did I first feel this way? Whose energy am I still carrying? Because most of your identity didn't begin with you. It was inherited, imprinted, repeated until you forgot it was optional. Next, stop reinforcing the loop with behavior. Stop saying yes to things the upgraded you would never tolerate. Stop dressing, speaking, thinking like the version of you who's still surviving. Stop rehearsing conversations where you lose, even in your mind. Every time you act like the old identity, you reboot the loop. But every time you interrupt it, even subtly, you create space for recalibration. That's where the shift starts. It doesn't happen in a single aha moment. It happens in 1,000 micro-decisions that say, that's not me anymore. That old way of responding. Not me. That emotional spiral I used to indulge? Not me. That fear that used to run the show? Not anymore. You don't destroy the old self. You stop feeding it. And the moment your behavior stops matching the identity you've outgrown, reality begins to reshape around the new one. Because the quantum field isn't loyal to your past. It's loyal to your signal. And the signal is coming from your identity in action. So choose carefully. Not what you want to happen, but who you're willing to be before it happens. Because when the identity changes, you no longer wait for the shift. You become the shift. And life responds like it always does, not with opinion, with reflection. You've been told that effort equals results. Push more, get more. Outwork the problem. Grind until you win. But when it comes to shaping reality, that formula can actually backfire. Because in the quantum field, trying harder often pushes what you want further away. Let's break this idea wide open. The field doesn't respond to intensity. It responds to frequency. And when your effort is laced with tension, desperation, or resistance, you're not signaling clarity. You're broadcasting lack. You can hustle for love while feeling unworthy. You can fight for abundance while embodying scarcity. You can chase peace while carrying inner chaos. In all those cases, your surface actions say, I want this, but your energy says, I don't believe it's here. And the quantum field answers the energy, not the noise. This is the paradox. The more you try to force a reality, the more you affirm that it's not already true. Effort isn't the enemy. But the quality of that effort, the frequency behind it, is everything. So let's get precise. When you're in alignment, effort feels like flow. You take bold action, but it's clean, clear, inspired. When you're out of alignment, effort feels like strain. You over-explain, overplan, overthink. You micromanage every step, hoping that enough control will substitute for confidence. And it never works, because control is a scarcity behavior. It only exists when trust is missing, and the field can feel the difference. Think of it this way. Trying harder is often just doubting louder. It's doing more to compensate for not being more. And that gap between who you are and what you're chasing becomes resistance. That's why you can say affirmations all day. But if you're tensed up inside, you'll get tension back. You can repeat visualizations, but if your body is in survival mode, the signal is scrambled. This isn't theory. This is structure. In quantum mechanics, systems respond to coherent frequency, not scattered intention. So when your desire says yes, but your body says no, your signal is mixed, and mixed signals collapse momentum. The more you try to prove that you're worthy, the more you reinforce the idea that you're not. The more you chase something as if it's separate from you, the more you anchor the illusion that it is. Here's the deeper truth. You don't get results because you try. You get results because you're available. And availability isn't about doing more. It's about removing the friction between who you are and what you're asking for. So ask yourself, what am I trying to force? Where do I feel tightness, urgency, or fear around an outcome? What emotion is hiding underneath all this effort? Because chances are what you're calling hard work is actually anxiety dressed as productivity. And that anxiety is the very thing slowing down your field response. Not because you're wrong, not because you're broken, because that energy is incompatible with the version of reality you want to enter. The version of you who has what you desire. Are they trying desperately to get it? No. They're being the kind of person that version of reality naturally responds to. They're clear. They're calm. They're decisive, not reactive. They act when it's time. And they rest when it's aligned. That's not passivity. That's precision. Precision is magnetic. It says, I know what I'm doing, and I trust that the field will reflect it. And the field does. So the next time you catch yourself pushing, grinding, overthinking, tightening, pause. Don't shame yourself. Just check the signal. Ask, am I acting from certainty? Or am I trying to use action to overcome doubt? Because action that comes from alignment will expand you. Action that comes from fear will exhaust you. This is why some people can do less and get more. Not because they're lucky, because their field is clean. Their desire is embodied. Their energy isn't tangled in resistance. They don't ask reality to prove anything. They become the proof. Now here's the twist. Letting go of over-effort isn't about doing nothing. It's about switching from force to frequency. You still show up. You still move. But the movement is rooted, not rushed. The action is anchored, not anxious. That's when reality softens. That's when doors open faster. That's when synchronicity increases. Because the field isn't impressed by stress. It's activated by certainty. So instead of trying harder, start matching the frequency of the result you're calling in. If that version of you feels calm, find calm. If they feel powerful, locate that power even in stillness. If they feel generous, give something now from where you are. This isn't about pretending. It's about patterning. You are building the energetic infrastructure for a reality to rest on. And the stronger your structure, the less force you need. So stop trying to wrestle life into submission. It was never ignoring you. It's just been waiting for your signal to clean up. And when that happens, when trying is replaced by alignment, when doing is infused with clarity, when your frequency leads the way, you won't need to force anything again, because what you were chasing will be chasing you. There's a strange truth hiding at the core of your experience. You are both the one creating reality and the one watching it unfold. That's not a contradiction. It's the paradox at the heart of quantum consciousness. And the moment you grasp this dual role, creator and witness, everything begins to change. Most people live at one end of the spectrum. Some identify only as observers. They feel like life happens to them. They wait, react, hope. Their story sounds like, I'll believe it when I see it. Others live solely as creators. They think they must control everything, micromanage every outcome. Their story sounds like, If I don't make it happen, it won't happen. But both perspectives are incomplete. Because the quantum truth is this: reality collapses when consciousness participates. Let's make this practical. In quantum physics, the observer effect reveals that the act of observing influences the outcome of a particle state. This is not metaphor. It's been demonstrated again and again. Particles don't settle into one position until they're observed. Until then, they exist in a state of probability, floating in a soup of potential. That's what reality is doing all around you. Everything in your life, from the job you want to the healing you seek, to the version of you you're stepping into, exists in a field of probability. And your consciousness is what collapses it into form. Here's the paradox. You're not just collapsing potential by observing it. You're also the one generating the potential options to begin with. You are the projector, and you are the screen. You are the signal, and you are the witness of what that signal creates. This isn't philosophy. It's mechanics. Your attention doesn't just see reality. It selects it. And whatever you consistently observe with belief, emotion, and expectation begins to stabilize. This is why your dominant focus becomes your life. It's not because you're manifesting things into existence through magic. It's because you're giving energy to one version of the field, again and again, until it becomes the one you live in. So here's the breakthrough. You're not meant to be a passive observer, trapped in the effects of things you didn't consciously choose. And you're not meant to be a controlling creator, exhausting yourself trying to force every outcome. You are meant to be a deliberate participant. This means you watch reality with presence. You shape it with intention. You receive it with awareness. You update it through identity, all while knowing that you are not separate from what you see. When you feel resistance, it's not the world pushing back. It's your consciousness reaching a part of the field it hasn't mastered yet. When you feel alignment, it's not just good luck. It's your inner world and the outer field vibrating in unison. This is the level most people never access. Not because it's hidden, but because it requires precision. Here's what that looks like. You wake up and choose your identity first. You set the tone, not because you need life to cooperate, but because you know life can only mirror the version of you that's present. Then you move through your day watching what your signal draws in, not judging it, not controlling it, just observing it as feedback. Every delay becomes information. Every trigger becomes a mirror. Every breakthrough becomes confirmation. And through this feedback loop, you update the signal in real time. That's how you evolve the script. Most people try to shift reality by pushing on the outside. But you're shifting reality by responding to your own field updates internally, in the moment. This is why being the observer is so powerful. You're not observing to prove something is working. You're observing to see where you still believe it isn't. Because it's in those micro moments of misalignment, those subtle reactions, those unconscious hesitations, that the old self tries to take over. But now you're watching. You see it. You don't argue with it. You just notice it and return to the signal of the creator. That's mastery. It's the ability to remain calm while adjusting, to remain curious while aligning, to remain active without becoming reactive. That's when the field starts behaving differently, because you're no longer begging reality for proof. You're watching proof emerge from the signal you're stabilizing. This creates a loop not of repetition but of evolution. You act as the creator. You observe as the witness. You update based on feedback. You refine the identity. And the field responds again and again in higher fidelity. It becomes less about controlling life and more about partnering with it. Less about forcing shifts and more about recognizing them as they occur. You step into a place of authority not through power over, but through alignment with. This is where life begins to feel orchestrated. The right words appear. The right people show up. The timing sharpens. Not because you manipulated the field, but because you became a coherent observer within it. So here's what you need to know. You are the lens that reality passes through. If the lens is fogged with fear, you'll interpret the field as hostile. If the lens is sharpened by clarity, you'll see order where others see chaos. And when you watch reality through the lens of belief, you collapse the version of reality that your belief matches. So don't just observe. Observe as the one who knows they're shaping the thing they're seeing. And don't just create. Create with the humility of someone who knows they're watching something ancient unfold through them. That's the paradox. That's the power. You are both roles, and the balance between them is where your mastery begins. You think you're making decisions with your conscious mind. But in truth, about 95% of your reality is being shaped by your subconscious, without your permission, without your awareness, and without your updates. That means the version of you who gets out of bed, responds to messages, interprets events, reacts to stress, and chooses what's possible, isn't the you you're thinking with right now. It's the autopilot you coded by habit, trauma, repetition, and inherited scripts. And until you consciously rewire the subconscious, it keeps looping the same life. New goals, same outcomes, new strategies, same walls, new affirmations, same sabotage, because the subconscious doesn't obey what you say you want. It obeys what you've repeated often enough to feel normal. So if your subconscious blueprint says, success is unsafe, you'll find a way to stall when opportunity knocks. If it says, love leads to loss, you'll attract people who can't stay or push away the ones who do. If it says, I must earn everything, you'll work twice as hard for half the return. This isn't personal failure. It's just a glitch in the code. And that code can be rewritten. But not with logic. Not with willpower. With access. Because the subconscious doesn't speak language. Speaks emotion. Speaks pattern. Speaks sensation. You don't rewire it by thinking harder. You rewire it by entering the states where it listens. And that means understanding when and how your subconscious is most receptive. Let's break this down. There are two major times each day when your subconscious opens. Right before sleep and just after waking. These are known as hypnagogic and hypnopompic states. Your brainwaves are in theta, the same state used in hypnosis. In this state, the mind is more suggestible, the critical filter softens, and emotional learning becomes accelerated. This is the perfect window to install new programming. But here's the thing, you're already using this window, just probably with the wrong input. If you fall asleep anxious, playing worst-case scenarios in your head, you're feeding the subconscious a loop of fear. If you wake up and immediately scroll, absorbing chaos and comparison, you're hardwiring stress as your emotional baseline. That's why rewiring doesn't require more time, just different inputs. Use those two windows to repeat a new reality with feeling, not robotic affirmations, emotional truths. Say them out loud or mentally while feeling them in your body. I am safe to receive. It's normal for life to support me. I expect ease now. I don't chase. I choose. This is who I am now, not as wishes but as updates, because the subconscious doesn't question the familiar. It installs it. And the moment the new story becomes more familiar than the old one, the autopilot changes direction. But you don't need to wait for sleep to do this. There are 3 primary ways to rewire your subconscious during the day. 1. Repetition with emotion. Not just repeating statements, charging them with energy. The more emotion behind the belief, the faster it installs. Emotion tells the subconscious, this matters. Save this. So link new beliefs to positive states. Say your affirmations while walking, dancing, smiling, exercising. Anchor them to movement and breath. Your body becomes part of the rewiring tool. 2. Hypnotic visualization. This isn't daydreaming. It's structured inner rehearsal. Close your eyes. See the version of you who already lives the new reality. Feel what they feel. Think how they think. Make it vivid, not cinematic, but embodied. Your subconscious doesn't distinguish between vividly imagined experiences and real ones. That's why trauma gets stored from thoughts as much as events. And that's also why healing and upgrading can come from inner rehearsals. The more often you visit that inner world, the more your system starts expecting it externally. 3. Pattern disruption. Every time you catch yourself repeating a limiting thought, stop. Interrupt the pattern. Stand up. Clap your hands. Say out loud, "Not this." Replace the thought. Why? Because interruption breaks the loop. And every broken loop opens a gap. And in that gap, you insert the new command. This might sound simple. It is. But it's also how the brain learns. It doesn't care about how deep the issue is. It only cares about repetition, emotion, and coherence. So if you want to change the 95% of your life that runs automatically, you stop fighting for control, and you start training the background code. Here's a powerful reminder. The subconscious is not your enemy. It's not trying to keep you stuck. It's trying to keep you safe based on old definitions of safety. And when you give it new definitions, calm, clarity, enoughness, wholeness, it begins organizing your life differently. Because once your inner autopilot starts expecting love instead of loss, abundance instead of lack, ease instead of grind, you'll stop self-sabotaging the things you used to think you had to earn. You won't flinch when things go well. You won't brace for impact during good news. You'll relax. You'll receive. You'll match the frequency of what you used to resist. That's rewiring. It doesn't require decades. It requires consistency. Because the subconscious doesn't care about timelines. It only cares about dominance. Whichever belief gets the most consistent emotional attention wins. So ask yourself, what thought do I practice the most, even without meaning to? What emotional state has become my comfort zone, even if it's painful? What would a version of me believe that I've never dared to try on? Start there. Install that. And do it daily, not as effort, but as a return to the version of you who's already free. Because that version isn't waiting in the distance. They're encoded in your system. They've just been buried under old wiring. And now you're ready to bring them back online. Your reality isn't random. It's structured, coded from the inside out. And if your life feels misaligned, stuck, or repetitive, it's not because you're failing. It's because you're still running on a blueprint you didn't consciously design. Most people live inside a blueprint built from childhood reactions, societal pressure, generational trauma, and repeated disappointment. And that blueprint becomes the silent architect of their relationships, income, self-worth, and sense of what's possible. Here's the good news. That blueprint is not permanent, can be rewritten, not just in theory, in real, observable shifts. But to do that, you must first understand what your blueprint actually is. It's not a plan. It's not a list of goals. It's the emotional and energetic architecture that tells your nervous system, this is what we're allowed to experience. It's made of your dominant thoughts, emotions, memories, and identity beliefs, stacked into patterns. And those patterns act like commands. So if your blueprint says, money always leaves, love always hurts, I'm only valuable when I perform, then no matter how hard you work or how much you affirm new realities, you'll still unconsciously build the old one, because the blueprint is stronger than the to-do list. So here's how we change it, practically, permanently, powerfully. Step 1. Make the current blueprint visible. You can't change what you're unwilling to name. Sit down and write this sentence at the top of a page. In my life, it's normal for... Then finish it, honestly. Let it pour out without editing. In my life, it's normal for things to almost work, but fall apart. In my life, it's normal to feel alone, even around others. In my life, it's normal to expect struggle before anything good happens. These aren't complaints. They're codes. They reveal the structure running the show. And once they're on paper, you've interrupted their invisibility. That's the first crack in the foundation. Now write the opposite version. I choose a life where it's normal for. This is your new signal. Not a fantasy. Not a hope. Command update. Write it as if it's already true. I choose a life where it's normal to feel supported. I choose a life where opportunities flow effortlessly. I choose a life where safety and success coexist. These new statements aren't affirmations. They're blueprints. Step 2. Recode through emotional visualization. Once you've named the new blueprint, you have to teach your nervous system to recognize it. And that means making it feel real. Every morning, before the noise of the world enters. Take 5 to 7 minutes to rehearse the new blueprint in your body. Close your eyes. Feel the version of you who already lives it. Not just what they do, but what they expect, what they tolerate, how they breathe, how they move. You're not just imagining them. You're becoming familiar with their signal. And familiarity is what the subconscious obeys. The more often you visit that version of you internally, the more often your reality must adjust externally. Not because magic, because repetition plus emotion equals identity shift. Step 3. Make micro-decisions from the new blueprint. Now comes the most important part. You start behaving as if the new structure is real, even before the outer world catches up. You don't wait to feel ready. You act like the person who already expects alignment. You ask, what would this version of me say no to? What habits do they normalize? What thoughts do they no longer explain or justify? Then you choose that, again and again, moment by moment, because every aligned micro-decision sends a pulse to the field that says, this is my new default. The more consistent that pulse becomes, the faster the external blueprint updates. Step 4. Protect the new signal. When you start rewiring your reality, the old version of you will try to reassert itself. Not because it's evil, because it's familiar. Your job is to protect the new signal until it stabilizes. That means, stop rehearsing stories that reinforce the old blueprint. Step away from environments that mirror your past identity. Limit conversations where you have to explain your expansion to people who don't get it. Don't shrink back into comfort zones that no longer match your frequency. You're not being dramatic. You're being precise. You're protecting the download until it becomes your new operating system. Step 5. Integrate with identity anchors. Want to know the fastest way to keep your blueprint stable? Live from it before it feels real. That means anchoring your day to behaviors, language, and emotional states that match the new you. Speak in alignment. No more I'm trying. Say I've chosen. Dress in alignment. Even subtle changes can signal a new energy. Breathe in alignment. Hold your posture like someone who no longer apologizes for existing. Walk in alignment. Don't shuffle through life. Move like it's responding to you. These aren't gimmicks. They're frequency stamps. Every time you act as the new blueprint, you reinforce the shift. And the more often you reinforce, the more deeply the subconscious installs it. This is how reality changes. Not when you beg for it. Not when you fake it. When your internal structure becomes incompatible with the old story. At that point, the past version of your life can't find a home in your field anymore. It gets evicted by coherence. And the new version? It shows up like it was always meant to be there. Because now it is. You've heard the advice. Visualize. Set intentions. Raise your vibration. Act as if. Say the right words, take the right actions, think the right thoughts. But what if you're doing all of that, and it's still not working? Here's the missing link almost no one talks about. Coherence. Because in the quantum field, you don't manifest what you want, you manifest what you are coherent with. Coherence isn't about intensity. It's not about how badly you want it. It's about how well your thoughts, emotions, and body agree on one signal. And when they don't, the signal is scrambled. You say yes, but your energy says maybe. You affirm abundance, but you feel fear. You visualize success, but your nervous system prepares for rejection. This inner conflict is invisible, but it's powerful. And it's the reason so many people think the field isn't responding, when in truth, the field is responding exactly and precisely to their fragmented signal. Let's unpack this. Coherence is when your mind, heart, and body are broadcasting the same message. It's when your beliefs match your emotions. Your emotions match your nervous system. Your nervous system matches your behavior. And in that alignment, the signal becomes magnetic. Because the quantum field doesn't interpret your words. It interprets your pattern. And the most powerful pattern you can send is inner agreement. But for most people, the pattern is noisy. The mind says, I deserve love. The heart whispers, but what if I get abandoned again? The body tenses, expecting disappointment. So the field receives 3 different messages and mirrors the confusion back. That's why you get mixed signals. That's why you move 2 steps forward, 1 step back. That's why you attract opportunities, then feel too afraid to claim them. It's not a lack of effort. It's a lack of coherence. Now, this doesn't mean you have to feel perfect all the time. This isn't about forced positivity. It's about emotional honesty paired with energetic alignment. Let's get specific. To create coherence, start with the heart. Why? Because your heart is more than a metaphor. It's an actual electrical generator. Its signal is 60 to 100 times more powerful than the brain's in electromagnetic terms. That signal affects your brainwaves, your immune system, and, most relevant here, your field resonance. Organizations like HeartMath have measured this. When people enter heart coherence, a synchronized state of emotional and physiological balance, their entire system begins to regulate. Stress hormones drop. Intuition increases. Mental clarity sharpens. And most importantly, field alignment happens. So how do you access heart coherence? Here's a process. Slow your breath. Breathe in for 5 to 6 seconds. Out for 5 to 6 seconds. Do this for a minute to calm the nervous system. Bring your awareness to your heart. Place your hand there if needed. Not for drama, for focus. Recall a time you felt genuine appreciation or love. Not abstract. Real. Feel it in your chest. Sustain that feeling. Even 90 seconds begins to shift your body into coherence. This is the alignment switch. Because once your emotion lines up with your intention, you're no longer signaling desperation, you're signaling certainty. And that certainty changes the conversation with the field. From that place, you can begin layering in thought and visualization. But this time, it lands. Because now, your image of abundance isn't a fantasy. It's a felt state. Your vision of confidence isn't just an idea. It's embodied. Your desire isn't rooted in lack. It's expressed as wholeness. That's the difference coherence makes. Now let's look at the body. Because coherence isn't just internal. It's expressed in posture, behavior, tone, breath, and pace. You can say all the right things, but if your body language says, "I don't believe this," your message loses power. So begin noticing. Are you speaking from tension or ease? Are you shrinking to be safe or expanding to be seen? Are you rushing to finish or grounded in delivery? Each of these is a physical anchor for coherence. The more you align them with your intention, the stronger your signal becomes. And here's the secret. You don't need to become someone else to be coherent. You just need to stop acting like someone you're not. When your words, emotions, and behavior all carry the same truth, you step into resonance. And resonance is how the field organizes reality around you. This is why someone with quiet certainty creates more momentum than someone yelling with desperation. This is why some people barely try, and everything seems to move for them because they are internally unified. No contradiction, no static, just signal. And the field follows signal always. So here's the work. Start noticing where your words don't match your energy, where your habits don't match your desires, where your actions are chasing a reality your emotions still reject. That's where incoherence lives. And that's where your power leaks. Once you spot it, don't shame it. Just correct it. You don't need a long process. You just need a clear choice. I no longer send mixed signals. Then breathe, feel, align, and act. Over time, this becomes your default. Your inner world stops arguing with itself. Your nervous system relaxes into congruence. Your desires feel safe to receive. Not because you earned them, but because your signal finally matched their frequency. And the result? Reality begins to move, cleanly, quickly, without confusion. Because now, there's nothing to block the transmission. You're broadcasting one truth. You're standing in one signal. And the field, ever loyal to coherence, delivers the match. You've been taught to focus on what you want. Set goals. Write intentions. Visualize your dream life. Say it out loud. Want it hard enough and the universe will deliver. But in the quantum field, your desires don't move the needle. Who you are does. That's not just mindset talk. That's mechanics. The quantum field doesn't care about your wish list. It mirrors your state of being. It reflects your identity in motion. So if you want love but identify as abandoned, you'll keep attracting people who match your abandonment script. If you want wealth but identify as someone who always has to prove themselves, you'll keep creating situations where you have to chase, perform, hustle, and still feel behind. The field isn't judging you. It's not testing you. It's simply reflecting your energetic coherence back at you with perfect precision. This is why most wanting is actually pushing, because wanting often signals separation. When you say, "I want," you're often broadcasting, "I don't have it. I'm not it. It's out there. Someday." But the field doesn't respond to future tense energy. It responds to the now state you're embodying. So if your now state is lack, unworthiness, or fear, no matter how clear your intention is, the signal says, "This is who I am." And the field says, "Okay, more of that." Wanting is passive. Being is magnetic. So here's the shift. Stop asking, "How do I get that?" Start asking, "Who must I become for that to be normal?" Because that's the real portal. Not the vision board. Not the journaling routine. Not the craving for change. The portal is embodiment. Let's break this down. When you truly become the version of you who already lives in alignment with your desire, you stop chasing. You stop forcing. You stop seeking confirmation. Why? Because the version of you who already has it doesn't need proof. They're living it. They're expecting it. They're radiating it with no contradiction. That's the frequency the field reflects. And until you reach that level of inner clarity, most of your desire will show up as delay. Not because you're blocked, because your signal is sending a mixed message. I want it, but I don't trust it. I claim it, but I still feel like I don't deserve it. I believe it's possible, but I act like I'm still waiting. And so the field delays, not to punish you, to match your broadcast. Now let's talk about the myth of earning. You don't have to earn your desires. You have to match them. This means releasing the idea that struggle equals value, or that suffering gives you bonus points, or that if you don't hustle for it, it doesn't count. That's not spiritual. That's cultural programming. In the quantum field, effort is not the currency. Resonance is. And resonance happens when the internal signal says, "This is who I am now." Not, "This is what I hope for." Not, "This is what I'll be when I finally fix myself." It's a full body knowing before the evidence. This is why embodiment works faster than intention. Because the field doesn't wait for your results to line up. It starts mirroring back the version of you who's already aligned instantly. And it doesn't take years. You can embody a new frequency in moments. You felt it before. That surge of certainty where everything clicks. That shift in posture, voice, and presence when you stop apologizing for existing. That moment when fear dissolves and a new tone takes over. In those moments, you're not trying to manifest, you're living it. And life responds. So how do you sustain that? You stop asking the field to prove something. You start showing up as if it's already real, because to the version of you that matters, it already is. This is not pretending. It's choosing. Choosing the thoughts, words, decisions, and emotional states that stabilize the new identity. Because embodiment is not about being perfect. It's about being predictable to the field. When the version of you who expects love, support, clarity, and flow becomes your baseline, reality adjusts to keep up. Let's go deeper. Every version of reality already exists in the quantum field as potential. Each one is connected to a unique frequency signature. You don't attract that version. You tune into it by becoming its match. And becoming its match isn't about wishing harder. It's about aligning your beliefs, emotions, and actions to the state of already having it. This is where most people flinch. Because embodying a new frequency often requires letting go of the identity that felt safest, even if it wasn't joyful. To be someone new, you have to stop being who you were trained to be. The identity that survives on struggle can't come with you. The one that uses people-pleasing to feel valuable, it doesn't match your new signal. The version of you that feels safest when playing small cannot live in the timeline where you lead. So the field waits, not to test your worth, but to see which self you're broadcasting consistently. And when you broadcast the new self, not occasionally but habitually, the field no longer mirrors the old story. It updates, not slowly, not when it's convenient, instantly in energetic terms. Then comes the feedback. A message arrives. An idea lands. A connection forms. An opportunity shows up. Not by force, by field response. So here's the question. Are you willing to stop identifying with the you that wants and start walking as the you who already is? That's the turning point. Not when the world changes, when your identity does, because your reality doesn't bend to your hopes. It bends to your embodied signal. And when the signal says, "This is who I am now," the field never argues. It simply reflects. Visualization is everywhere. You're told to picture the life you want, clearly, vividly, emotionally. Imagine the house, the partner, the freedom, the peace. Do it every day. See it, feel it, believe it. And yet, for so many people, visualization becomes an exhausting loop, not a doorway. You visualize success, but you still feel like a fraud. You visualize love, but you brace for abandonment. You visualize money, but your nervous system stays in survival. The result? You don't move forward. You spin in place. And eventually you start thinking, maybe this just doesn't work for me. Here's the truth. Visualization doesn't work when it triggers more resistance than resonance. And most people, without realizing it, use it in ways that amplify their internal contradiction. You picture your dream life, but deep down you feel separate from it. That separation is a signal. And the quantum field doesn't listen to what you see in your head. It responds to what you're broadcasting from your system. Let's make this real. When you visualize something you don't believe is safe, possible, or deserved, you trigger subconscious alarms. Your body tenses. Your breath shortens. Your inner voice whispers doubts. And no matter how beautiful the image is, the feeling underneath it tells the field, this is not me. That's the problem. Visualization isn't about seeing something. It's about becoming someone. If you're seeing a reality you don't feel worthy of, your system will resist that image every time. So how do we fix this? We stop forcing visualization from the mind and start building resonance in the body. Here's the shift. Don't just imagine the outcome. Rehearse the identity. Don't visualize yourself on a yacht with millions in the bank. That might be too far from your current self-image. Instead, ask, how would I walk today if I trusted money? How would I talk if I believed I was worthy of love? What would I do if I no longer needed to prove anything? Now picture that. Not the end goal, the identity state that matches it. Because when your visualization lines up with what your nervous system can accept, you enter a zone of energetic compatibility. And that's when the field starts responding differently. Let's go deeper. There are two types of visualization: external outcome and internal embodiment. Most people focus only on external outcome, the house, the car, the lifestyle. But if the version of you in the visualization feels foreign or unreachable, you'll unconsciously file it under someday. And someday never comes because the frequency is always out of sync. Internal embodiment, on the other hand, is immediate. You visualize how you hold yourself, how you breathe, how you respond to challenges, as the version of you who already lives in alignment with your vision. That is now-based. That is anchored. That is resonant. And that's what rewires the field. Let's turn this into a process. Step 1. Collapse the distance. Before you visualize anything, ask, do I feel close to this version of me or far from them? If the answer is far, don't force it. Start smaller. Visualize the next believable upgrade, not the final destination. Your job is to build familiarity, not fantasy. The subconscious accepts what feels normal, not what feels exaggerated. So instead of visualizing yourself standing on a global stage, visualize yourself owning your voice in one important conversation. That small shift becomes a signal, and small signals grow. Step 2. Add emotion only if it feels safe. Visualization is most effective when emotion is present. But not all emotion is helpful. If imagining success makes you anxious, you're installing conflict, not clarity. So only charge your visualization with safe emotion. Start with appreciation, gratitude, relief, satisfaction. If those are hard to access, imagine a small area of your life where those feelings already exist. Then bridge that emotional tone into your visualization. Your subconscious doesn't need a perfect match. It needs a coherent feeling to attach to the new image. Step 3. Bring it into the body. Once the mental picture is clear, ask, how does this version of me feel in my body? Are their shoulders more relaxed? Is their breathing deeper? Do they speak with more calm, more precision? Now practice that physiology while you visualize. This anchors the image to behavior, and behavior creates feedback, and feedback stabilizes identity. That's how you make the vision stick. Not because you repeated it enough times, but because you turned it into a felt experience. Step 4. Act from the identity you just rehearsed. The moment your visualization ends is not the end of the work. It's the beginning of alignment. Ask, what's one action I can take right now that matches what I just practiced? It doesn't need to be big. Send one message. Say no to something misaligned. Choose rest without guilt. Express a truth. That single action sends a ripple through the field. Tells reality. This isn't just an idea. It's who I am now. And the more often you match internal state with external action, the faster the timeline stabilizes. Because now you're not visualizing for the future. You're broadcasting in the present. And the field always responds now. Let's finish here. Visualization isn't broken. What's broken is the way most people were taught to use it. If your mind sees it but your body rejects it, you're not visualizing, you're reinforcing separation. But when your entire system begins to say, this is familiar, this is possible, this is already underway, then the image becomes memory, the desire becomes identity, and the vision becomes reality. You've been trained to treat certain emotions like enemies. Fear, anger, shame, grief. Push them down, manage them, distract yourself, or stay positive. You've heard it 1,000 times. Don't get stuck in your feelings. High vibes only. Think better thoughts. But here's the truth. Your emotions are not blocks. They are access points. They are not in the way, they are the way. Every emotion you experience carries a frequency, and frequency determines access. Access to insight, healing, alignment, and quantum shifts. When you numb the so-called bad feelings, you don't raise your vibration. You just disconnect from the exact parts of you that are trying to deliver the next upgrade. Let's say that clearly. Emotion is energy in motion. And when energy moves through the system, it opens space. Space is what allows new realities to enter. But most people resist that movement. They label emotions as problems to be fixed instead of portals to be understood. You feel fear and try to override it. You feel grief and rush to get over it. You feel anger and shame yourself for not being more spiritual. In doing so, you bypass the quantum feedback those emotions are trying to give you. Let's flip the model. What if that fear is showing you where your next expansion lives? What if that sadness is proof that your nervous system is reorganizing into a new reality? What if that shame isn't a wound, but a doorway to an identity you're finally outgrowing? These emotions are not random. They are coded data packets, showing you where your internal field is misaligned with your desired timeline. When honored, they reveal. When ignored, they repeat. So the work is not to escape emotion. The work is to alchemize it. That begins with awareness. When emotion rises, your first response must shift from, how do I stop this? To, what is this showing me about who I've been and who I'm becoming? That single shift, from avoidance to curiosity, transforms emotion from obstacle into activation. Let's go deeper. The quantum field doesn't interpret emotion as good or bad. It simply mirrors back the dominant vibration you're emitting. That means if you carry unprocessed sadness masked as fake positivity, your field still reflects the sadness, not the smile. This is why people who work so hard to stay positive often feel like they're stuck. Because they're not aligned. They're dissociated. They've disconnected from the very parts of themselves that need to be integrated in order to grow. Integration is the key, not suppression, not rejection. Integration. Let's talk about how that actually works. Step 1. Presence without judgment. When an intense emotion arises, pause. Feel it in your body without trying to name it good or bad. Where is it located? What's its texture, tightness, heat, vibration? Does it move or stay still? Stay with it. Not forever, just long enough to stop reacting to it and start responding with it. Because the moment you observe emotion with presence instead of panic, you start neutralizing its charge. That's not avoidance. That's clarity. Step 2. Ask what it's protecting. Most emotions, especially the ones that feel heavy, are protectors. They're not the core wound, they're the armor around it. Fear often protects vulnerability. Anger often protects helplessness. Shame often protects the desire to be loved. When you ask, "What are you guarding?" you begin to decode the emotional signal. And once decoded, that emotion becomes usable energy instead of chaotic noise. Step 3. Move it, don't memorize it. Emotion is designed to move through the system, not lodge itself in the nervous system. But when you resist feeling it, your body holds it. And then it becomes a personality trait instead of a passing state. So move it. That could mean conscious breathing. That could mean walking, shaking, stretching. Could mean sound humming, yelling safely. Singing. Could mean writing. Whatever helps the energy leave mental mode and return to flow. This doesn't need to be complicated. It just needs to be consistent. Emotion honored becomes energy liberated. And liberated energy changes what you attract. Because now, your signal isn't being pulled backward by unprocessed weight. Step 4. Transmute the message. Once emotion has moved, ask, what did this feeling show me that I wasn't seeing before? There is always gold at the bottom of emotional honesty. A truth, a need, a boundary, a value, an outdated identity. And when you pull that insight into the light, you're no longer being ruled by the emotion. You're being reshaped by its intelligence. That's the point. Emotions are not random storms. They are recalibration codes. Each one trying to rewire the parts of you still living in fear, pretending to be small, or carrying someone else's expectations. This is the real shadow work. Not digging into the past endlessly, but noticing the present signals and responding with self-honesty. That's quantum. Let's anchor this. Every emotion is a key. If you ignore it, you stay locked out. If you dramatize it, you lose the message. If you shame it, you distort your frequency. But if you listen, fully, calmly, intentionally, that emotion opens a portal. And what's on the other side? Freedom. Not because you forced it, because you met yourself fully and stopped making any part of your humanity the enemy. That coherence, the total honesty of your internal signal, is what upgrades your timeline. Because when you stop resisting emotion, you stop resisting the energy required to shift your reality. And that's when the field begins to reflect something new. Not because you became more positive, but because you became more whole. Right now, you are surrounded by infinite versions of your life. Some are chaotic, small, repetitive. Others are expansive, aligned, magnetic. And all of them already exist, encoded in potential. What determines which timeline you experience? Not chance, not fate, choice. Every belief, every emotional pattern, every decision sends a vote to the quantum field. And each vote says, this is who I am. This is what I accept. This is the version of reality I belong to. So when you make a new choice, you don't just change direction. You collapse the timelines that were built on your old identity. That's not poetic. It's literal in quantum terms. Superposition says all possible states exist at once. The moment you decide with certainty, you collapse those possibilities into one lived experience. But most people don't choose. They hesitate. They wait for signs. They revisit old timelines out of habit, guilt, or fear. They don't shift because they're still anchored to versions of themselves that no longer match what they truly desire. That's why change feels slow. It's not about effort. It's about identity lag. Here's the breakthrough. When you become incompatible with a timeline, it loses energetic support and collapses. No more returning to relationships that reflect your past wounding. No more circling the same financial ceiling. No more emotionally looping the same pain with different names. But that collapse doesn't happen just by wishing. It happens through a deliberate process, a quantum deconstruction of who you were. Let's walk through it. Step 1. Name the timeline you're ready to end. Clarity is the prerequisite to collapse. Most people say, I want out, but they haven't defined what in looks like. So ask, what version of reality am I still living that I know is no longer aligned? Be specific. It might sound like, the timeline where I keep proving my worth to people who don't see me. The version of me that stays silent out of fear of being judged. The life that's built around earning love instead of receiving it freely. This is not complaining. This is identification. Because once you name the timeline, you reclaim your authority to leave it. Step 2. Identify the energy that keeps it alive. Every timeline has an energy signature. It survives by your participation, especially your emotional consent. Ask yourself, what emotion or belief keeps me tethered to this version of reality? Maybe it's guilt. Maybe it's loyalty to a story. Maybe it's fear that the unknown is worse than the familiar. These are the anchors. They keep you in energetic agreement with the very life you're trying to transcend. And until you identify those agreements, you unconsciously feed the loop. But once you see it, you can pull the plug. Step 3. Interrupt the loop with a contradictory decision. A limiting timeline collapses when you stop behaving like the version of you who built it. That doesn't require a life overhaul. It requires one choice made with clarity and conviction that the old self would never make. This is not rebellion. It's declaration. When you make a decision that contradicts the emotional pattern of your past, the field takes notice. Feels like speaking the truth when silence was your shield, saying no where you used to people please, walking away without needing to explain your value. This one move sends a new command. This timeline no longer has access to my energy. And with that command, the collapse begins. Step 4. Hold the line, even when the old timeline tries to rehook you. This is where most people waver. You make the new choice, and the old reality tests your commitment. It tries to pull you back with comfort, nostalgia, or unresolved emotion. But this is not regression. This is your nervous system checking for safety in the unknown. So what do? You pause, breathe, and respond as the version of you from the new timeline. Not the old you, not the triggered you, the evolved you. Every time you do this, you starve the old frequency. And what isn't fed dies. That's quantum pruning. That's how timelines collapse. Not through force, but through non-participation. Step 5. Signal the new timeline into stability. Once the old version loses power, the field begins reassembling around your new signal. But to stabilize this shift, you must feed the new identity. Use language that matches your chosen reality. Move as if your desires are already safe in your body. Surround yourself with people, spaces, and actions that reinforce the new normal. You don't just think differently. You live as if that timeline is the only one that ever existed. That's how it becomes your dominant reality. Remember, you're not fighting the old self. You're starving it. And you're feeding the new one with behavior, attention, and alignment. Let's bring this home. You don't need to fix the past. You don't need to explain it, process it forever, or make it more comfortable. You only need to become unavailable for the version of reality it was designed to support. And the moment you do that, with your emotions, your choices, and your presence, the timeline begins to break. Not because you're lucky, because you're finally aligned. That version of you who settled? Gone. That loop that kept repeating? Ended. That identity that couldn't receive more? Retired. You've collapsed the architecture. And now there's space. Space for a new pattern, a new rhythm, a new self. You felt it before. That shift. The spark of a new energy. The realization that the old version of you no longer fits. You spoke a truth that used to terrify you. You chose peace over chaos. You saw through a lie that held your identity together for years. And in that moment, a new version of your reality came online. But then, a few days go by. The momentum fades. You slip. The old habits reappear. You doubt what you felt. You wonder if anything actually changed. This isn't failure. This is what happens when a new timeline is activated but not anchored. Because in quantum terms, a shift is not enough. A shift is the spark. But without anchoring, that new version remains fragile. And fragile timelines collapse back into familiar ones. This is why people have breakthroughs, but not breakthroughs that last. So let's get clear. If you don't anchor a shift, your nervous system files it under exception. If you do anchor it, your system accepts it as new normal. The universe doesn't need you to force anything, but it does need your consistency to stabilize the pattern. So how do you anchor a new reality? Let's break it down. Step 1. Identify the signal you want to stabilize. You've already had a taste of this version of you. Now it's time to define its signal. Ask, how does this new version of me think, feel, behave, and respond? Write it out in present tense, not as a goal, but as a description of who you now choose to be. I respond calmly and clearly in situations that used to trigger me. I move through the day with a sense of worthiness, not urgency. I speak from alignment, not from fear of being misunderstood. This is your new broadcast code. Your job now is to repeat it, not just with words, but with behavior. Step 2. Create daily anchoring rituals. Repetition is what rewires identity. But not random repetition, targeted repetition tied to emotion. Choose 1 to 2 simple, symbolic actions that represent the new version of you. Then perform them with intention every single day. Not because the actions have magical power, but because they train your field to stabilize a new frequency. Examples: wearing something that reflects how the new you carries yourself. Drinking your coffee with a moment of stillness, instead of rushing. Standing with posture that says, I am no longer apologizing for my power. Writing a one-line affirmation that feels deeply true, and saying it aloud while making eye contact with yourself in the mirror. These anchors are not performative. They are energetic handshakes between your body and your chosen reality. And every time you do them, the field gets the same signal. This version is real. Step 3. Track microproof. Don't look for lightning bolts. Look for microproof, the small signs that the shift is taking hold. Did you pause before reacting in an old way? Did someone treat you with a level of respect you used to crave? Did your body feel different in a moment that would have triggered anxiety before? Write these down. Track them. Because your brain needs feedback. Your system needs evidence. And the quantum field amplifies whatever you notice. So if you notice the shift, even subtly, the pattern gets stronger. This is not positive thinking. This is attentional anchoring. And it's one of the most underused tools in personal transformation. Step 4. Set interruption triggers for the old pattern. The old version of you will try to reclaim your attention. Not because you're failing, because the brain craves familiar rhythms. Your job is to install interruptions that break that rhythm the moment it reactivates. These can be as simple as a phrase you say to yourself when you notice the old loop starting. That's no longer me. A physical gesture, snapping fingers, hand on heart, deep breath, that pulls you back into the now. A redirect question like, what would the new me do here, right now? You're not arguing with the old self. You're interrupting its access to your current field. And the more often you do that, the weaker it becomes until it stops showing up at all. Step 5. Create an identity container. This is where most people unconsciously break the anchoring process. They try to install a new reality, but surround themselves with people, habits, and environments that reflect the old one. And when your surroundings constantly remind you of who you used to be, anchoring the new self becomes a constant uphill climb. So ask yourself, what in my life reinforces the old timeline? And how can I begin to shift it? This doesn't mean you need to cut everything and everyone off, but it does mean you start curating your energy. Spend more time in spaces where the new you feel supported, not threatened. Reduce exposure to conversations that pull you back into your outdated identity. Seek out voices, content, and environments that speak to your future frequency, not your past pain. This creates a container for your transformation. And transformation without a container leaks. Anchor the shift with boundaries. Reinforce it with resonance. Let's close this in a single sentence. The universe reflects not what you visit, but what you stabilize. A new version of you can't stay if your nervous system only touches it occasionally. But the moment you anchor it as a lifestyle, the quantum field organizes around it. You're not chasing alignment anymore. You're living inside it. And that's when the shift goes from a breakthrough to a baseline. You've been told your entire life that you have to earn it. Earn love. Earn rest. Earn joy. Earn abundance. Earn the right to feel worthy. The story runs deep. Work hard. Do more. Sacrifice. Prove yourself. And maybe, if you're lucky, life will reward you. But in the quantum field, that logic breaks down completely. Reality doesn't respond to how much effort you make. It doesn't keep a scoreboard of your hustle. It doesn't say, "You've suffered enough, here's your reward." The field doesn't respond to struggle. It responds to frequency. And here's the uncomfortable truth. Many people are unknowingly anchored to the belief that they must suffer to receive. That belief sends a signal. And the signal says, "I don't deserve ease. I don't trust joy that comes quickly. If it feels good, it's probably a trap. If I didn't bleed for it, it's not real." So what does the field do? It mirrors that script. It generates experiences where you have to prove, chase, and strive just to stay afloat. Not because life is cruel, but because you're broadcasting a belief that says, reality must be earned. That belief creates friction. Friction creates delay. And delay reinforces the belief. It's a loop, and it runs silently in the background of your system. Here's how it shows up. You downplay quick wins because they didn't feel hard enough. You sabotage ease because it triggers guilt. You postpone rest because you think more struggle means more value. You attract partners, clients, or opportunities that ask you to overgive just to feel safe. None of this is random. It's a perfect reflection of the myth you inherited. You must earn the right to exist at peace. But here's the quantum correction. Reality responds to alignment, not exhaustion. You don't manifest by doing more. You manifest by becoming the version of you who no longer resists receiving. Let's get clear. When you believe you have to earn reality, you subconsciously send out a signal of lack. And lack attracts more loops where you feel not enough. So even when good things show up, they feel suspicious. You're bracing for the catch. That frequency keeps you locked in timelines where life only gives when you've bled for it. Let's dismantle that, step by step. Step 1. Trace the origin. Ask yourself, where did I learn that ease is dangerous? That rest is laziness? That joy must be justified? Was it family, culture, religious doctrine, education? Pinpointing the source matters, not to blame but to externalize the belief. When you see that this story didn't start with you, you gain the freedom to stop carrying it. It's not your truth. It was installed. And what was installed can be uninstalled. Step 2. Challenge the frequency. Next, begin questioning the emotional signal this belief creates in your field. Does it feel like guilt when you relax? Does it feel like tension when things flow? Do you wait for something to go wrong if life feels too good? These are not instincts. These are learned responses to an outdated survival pattern. And the longer you let that pattern run, the more you train the field to delay your alignment. So stop asking, have I earned it yet? Start asking, am I available for this without tension, guilt, or fear? Because availability, not effort, is the signal the quantum field matches. Step 3. Practice unconditional receiving. Here's where the belief breaks apart. Do something today that feels good for no reason. No reward. No outcome. No payoff later. Take a walk that isn't for steps or weight loss, Buy yourself flowers without needing to deserve them. Say no to a request and don't explain why. Celebrate something small, even if no one else notices. Each of these acts sends a new broadcast. I no longer tie worth to effort. I receive because I exist, not because I suffer. I release the belief that struggle equals value. This isn't laziness. This is frequency recalibration. You're training your field to match joy with permission, not punishment. Step 4. Notice where you perform to earn. Performance is a massive anchor for this belief system. You smile when you feel flat, so you don't make others uncomfortable. You say yes when you mean no to stay likable. You over-explain your boundaries to seem reasonable. Each time you perform, you reinforce the idea that your true self isn't enough. And that's what the field hears. This version of me isn't worthy without effort, without shape-shifting, without proving. So the quantum response is simple. More circumstances that demand more performance. Break the loop by choosing this instead. Say what you mean without a PR campaign attached. Set boundaries without guilt. Rest without justifying it. Each time you do, you broadcast a new truth. This version of me is already valid. This signal already matches ease, support, and flow. And the field, always faithful to frequency, adjusts accordingly. Step 5. Anchor the new truth. This is your replacement code. I don't earn reality. I align with it. Repeat it daily, not as a mantra, but as a command. Let it rewire your choices. Let it influence how you walk into a room, how you answer a message, how you treat yourself in moments of stillness. When your nervous system gets used to receiving without effort, it stops bracing for collapse, stops fearing joy. It stops sending out the vibration of lack as identity. And the timeline shifts, because now you're not asking for permission. You're not trying to impress the universe. You're simply aligned with a version of you that no longer negotiates for what already belongs to you. Certainty isn't a mindset, it's a frequency. And in the quantum field, that frequency does something powerful. It organizes matter. Certainty collapses probability. It locks potential into form. It creates a gravitational pull that reality cannot ignore. Most people wait for external proof to feel confident. But in the quantum world, it works the other way around. You don't become confident because things are going your way. Things go your way because you're confident. And not arrogant, not forced, not hyped up. Clean confidence. The quiet certainty that says, this is happening. This is who I am. This is already done, and I'm just walking it out. That signal magnetizes. But let's get honest. For many people, their dominant broadcast is doubt. Not conscious doubt, but subtle, energetic hesitation. It sounds like, I hope this works. I want this to happen, but I'm not sure if it's for me. I'm doing all the right things, but nothing's moving. These thoughts carry friction. They leak uncertainty into the field, and the field reflects it back. Not as punishment, as confirmation. You're unsure. So the outcome will be too. That's the power of quantum mirroring. It doesn't judge your vibration. It simply matches it. So if your certainty is unstable, your results will be erratic. Let's break this into something tangible. Step 1. Understand what certainty really is. Certainty is not pretending to have no fear. It's not ignoring doubt. It's choosing a signal and staying in coherence with it, even when emotions fluctuate. You can feel afraid and still be certain. You can have a passing doubt without living from it. Certainty doesn't require the absence of emotion. It requires the refusal to negotiate your identity. Because the moment you start acting like someone who might not get what they want, you shift timelines. And when you shift timelines unconsciously, you start chasing reality instead of commanding it. So the real work isn't eliminating doubt. It's choosing certainty in the presence of it. That's magnetic. Step 2. Stop sourcing confidence from outcomes. This is one of the biggest traps. You say you're confident until nothing changes. You say you believe until it takes too long. You feel powerful until one conversation triggers your old patterns. This is conditional certainty. And conditional certainty is fragile, because the field will test your broadcast not to break you but to stabilize the signal. So if your confidence collapses every time life doesn't respond instantly, you're not broadcasting certainty. You're broadcasting need. Need repels. Certainty attracts. You don't wait for results to feel grounded. You decide you're grounded no matter the results. And ironically, that's what accelerates the results. Step 3. Certainty lives in the body, not the mind. You can't think yourself into alignment. You have to feel yourself into it. That's why mantras often fail. You say the words, but the energy doesn't land. So here's the practice. Start with breath. Slow, intentional, grounded. Then ask, what does certainty feel like in my body right now? Don't imagine it. Create it. Stand tall. Relax your jaw. Expand your chest. Let your movements slow. This physical state becomes your new emotional baseline. You're not just sending out the idea of certainty. You're becoming its broadcast tower. And the field always responds to the tower, not the theory. Step 4. Build a proof file of certainty moments. Certainty thrives on reinforcement. But here's the key. It doesn't have to come from massive wins. It comes from micro moments where you honored the signal. The time you said no, even though you were afraid to disappoint. The time you spoke truth without rehearsing it for 3 days. The time you trusted your gut, and it was right. Write these down. Track them. Because when doubt rises, and it will, you don't argue with it. You return to proof. I've lived this. I've chosen before. I'll choose again. That inner file becomes your stabilizer. You're not building confidence from thin air. You're anchoring it to integrity history, moments where your signal didn't collapse. Step 5. Treat certainty as a discipline, not an emotion. Certainty isn't something you feel once and for all. It's something you practice over and over until it becomes your new emotional normal. It might feel shaky at first. It might feel like a performance. But here's the truth. You become the person you act like consistently. That's not faking. That's field reconditioning. So each time you walk into a room, send a message, or make a decision, ask, am I showing up as someone who's hoping for alignment, or as someone who knows they are alignment? That self-check rewires timelines. Because when your actions stabilize around your certainty, your identity no longer negotiates with outcomes. And once the identity is locked, the field adapts. It doesn't question you. It mirrors you. Let's close this. The reason doubt repels isn't because it's bad. It's because it signals instability. And instability confuses the field. Certainty, on the other hand, says, I am a consistent signal. I am available for this fully. This is already real in me. And when your reality hears that with clarity, it answers with form, not later, now. Because the universe is not waiting to reward you. It's waiting to match you. And when your signal says, I'm not hoping anymore, I'm aligned, everything accelerates. Sometimes transformation doesn't need a full ritual. It doesn't need hours of meditation. It doesn't even need words. Sometimes the most powerful shift you can make happens in 10 seconds. No matter how scattered you feel, no matter how deep the loop you're in, no matter how long you've been waiting for things to change, there is a moment available right now that can reset your entire frequency. And this isn't theory. It's physiology. It's field coherence. It's quantum alignment made simple. Because here's the truth. Your frequency isn't set by your circumstances. It's set by your state. Change the state and the signal you emit changes instantly. And when your signal changes, reality begins to mirror something new. So what's the practice? It's this. Stop. Inhale for 4 seconds. Hold for 4. Exhale for 8. Then speak one sentence as your highest self. 10 seconds. One breath cycle. One identity command. Let's unpack why this works and why most people overlook it. When you're overwhelmed, spiraling in thought, or reacting emotionally, your body enters contraction. Shoulders tighten. Breath shortens. Awareness narrows. In that state, your signal becomes incoherent. You're broadcasting scattered energy, and the field reflects that. The solution isn't more thinking. It's interrupting the loop. And no interruption is more accessible or more effective than breath plus declaration. Let's break it down. The 4-4-8 breath. Inhale for 4 seconds. This activates your parasympathetic nervous system, the part that calms and opens you. Hold for 4. This stabilizes your energy and brings attention into the body, not the chaos of thought. Exhale for 8. This slows the heart rate and clears emotional static from your field. This rhythm does more than calm you. It repatterns your electromagnetic output. In just 10 seconds, your brainwaves begin to shift. Your heart rhythm smooths. And most importantly, your frequency becomes coherent. In coherence, the quantum field can hear you more clearly. Now comes the second part. Speak one sentence from alignment. This is where you plant the new code. The breath created space. Now your words anchor the frequency. But not just any words. One clear, identity-rooted sentence from the version of you who already lives the reality you're stepping into. Examples. I am no longer available for self-doubt. Only truth. This is already working in my favor. My frequency leads. Reality follows. I am grounded, clear, and choosing alignment. It must be simple. It must feel true. And it must come from authority, not desperation. Don't beg the universe. Command yourself. Because when you speak from coherence, the words land deeper. They don't just echo in your mind, they register as quantum instructions. This is the key most miss. It's not about how often you say something. It's about the state you're in when you say it. If you repeat a mantra 100 times in chaos, it goes nowhere. If you say one line from full presence, it becomes a new signature. That's why this practice works instantly. You bypass loops. You reset coherence. You issue a new broadcast right now. When to use this practice? There's no wrong time. But there are moments when it becomes especially potent. Right after waking, before old patterns kick in. When you feel triggered or emotionally flooded. Before sending a message, email, or making a key decision. When self-doubt creeps in during action. Anytime you feel disoriented, out of sync, or energetically off, you don't need to wait for the perfect environment. You don't need music, crystals, or moon phases. You need presence. You need a breath. And you need to claim your signal. That's it. 10 seconds to shift timelines. Let's make this even more real. Why this actually changes reality. In quantum terms, your personal field is like a tuning fork. When you're anxious, reactive, or disconnected, your tuning fork emits distortion. That distortion pulls in experiences that match your incoherence. But when you breathe intentionally, you regulate your field. When you speak from identity, you set a new point of attraction. And because the quantum field reflects you as you are, not as you wish, this shift becomes a magnet for different outcomes. You walk into a conversation and they respond differently. An idea comes through that wasn't available a moment ago. You notice a solution, a synchronicity, a door where there was only fog. None of this is luck. The signal clarity. The clearer you are, the faster reality reorganizes. So let this be your new standard. You don't wait to feel better. You breathe. You speak. You become the version of you who already lives the upgrade. Right now, in 10 seconds, one final layer, make it automatic. You don't want to wait until you're overwhelmed to remember this tool. So set reminders. Sticky note on your mirror. Stop. Breathe. Declare. Phone alarm that goes off midday with your sentence. Anchor it to a routine, like brushing your teeth or closing your laptop. Repetition makes it instinctual. And once this becomes your new reflex, you'll never stay stuck for long again. Because now, your nervous system has a built-in frequency reset. And with that, you become the calm inside chaos, the clarity inside confusion, the alignment that bends the timeline, all in 10 seconds. You've heard the word flow used a lot. Athletes talk about it. Artists chase it. Entrepreneurs depend on it. But what does flow really mean in the context of the quantum field? It's not just feeling productive. It's not just having a good day. Flow is what happens when your internal frequency matches the timeline you're meant to be on right now. No friction, no delay, no second guessing. Just continuous alignment showing up as insight, timing, ease, and acceleration. Flow is not random. Flow is feedback. It's the field saying, "You're locked in. Keep going." And when you're in flow with the quantum field, life starts responding to you with an elegance that logic can't explain. The right words appear when you need them. The right people call at the exact moment. You take one action and get 5 returns. Time warps. Ideas pour in. You feel carried, not crushed. But here's what most people miss. Flow is not something you wait for. It's something you enter by tuning your signal to resonance. So how do you know when you're in flow? Let's identify the unmistakable markers and how to maintain them. 1. You're acting without hesitation. One of the clearest signs of flow is immediacy. You get the nudge and you follow it. You don't overthink it, crowd it with doubt, or bury it under research. You move, not recklessly but confidently, as if something in you already knows the path is cleared. That's not recklessness. That's coherent action, decision aligned with intuitive truth. The more often you say yes to that nudge without dragging your feet, the deeper you move into flow. Because flow hates hesitation. Hesitation is friction, and friction distorts your signal. So when you find yourself in a stretch of effortless decisions, even small ones, pay attention. That's not luck. That's alignment. 2. Synchronicities multiply. You think of someone, they message you. You ask a question and hear the answer in a random podcast. You feel stuck, and suddenly the missing piece shows up in a conversation you didn't plan. This is not magic. It's quantum mirroring. When you're in flow, the field responds with hyper-efficiency. It starts to mirror your thoughts faster because your signal is more stable and less contradictory. This isn't about believing in signs. It's about recognizing patterns of resonance. Synchronicity is the field saying, "You're on the right wavelength. Keep broadcasting." And the more you notice it without overanalyzing, the stronger it gets. 3. Time feels irrelevant. Another marker of flow is the dissolution of linear time. You might sit down to do something and 2 hours pass, but it felt like 10 minutes. Or the opposite. 10 minutes pass and you feel like you did 2 hours of work. You lose track of clocks. You operate by energy, not schedule. You're not rushing, yet everything gets done faster. This is quantum time dilation. Your awareness shifts from a mechanical timeline to an energetic rhythm. And when you're in that rhythm, time bends around your state, not the other way around. That's not spiritual fluff. That's neurobiology meeting quantum coherence. 4. Emotion is clear and fast-moving. In flow, you don't avoid emotion, but it doesn't stick either. You feel what arises, but it doesn't trap you. You don't spiral into stories. You don't rehearse the past or forecast catastrophe. The emotion moves through and clears. It brings insight, not identity. That's because flow stabilizes the nervous system. And when the system feels safe, emotion becomes feedback, not baggage. You'll know you're in flow when emotions become part of your navigation system, not your prison. They guide. They don't hijack. 5. You're receiving more than you're chasing. This is one of the clearest and most surprising signs. You're doing less, but receiving more. Opportunities, support, compliments, ideas, synchronicities. They come toward you. You're not in hustle mode. You're in magnetism. Why? Because flow is efficient, and the field supports efficiency with acceleration. You'll notice this shift when life starts to feel like it's cooperating, not resisting. People say yes faster. Things get approved more easily. You're not pushing. You're responding. That's the field realigning itself around your new dominant frequency. You've stopped proving. You've stopped begging. You're simply available, and that's enough. 6. You forget to question yourself. This one is subtle but profound. Self-doubt goes quiet. The inner critic fades. You're not performing for anyone, you're just being. There's no analysis of your worth. No compulsive need for validation. You're not waiting for permission and not fearing rejection. You're in identity lock. And when that happens, flow becomes natural. Because flow isn't just action, it's permission. Permission to exist without defense. Permission to move without apology. permission to create without calculation. In that state, your nervous system stops resisting, and the field stops mirroring resistance. It mirrors truth. How to stay there. Flow isn't a mood, it's a pattern, and patterns are sustained through ritual and awareness. Here's how to stay in it longer. Pause often. The more present you are, the clearer the signal. Speak less from identity crisis. Speak more from settled knowing. Catch yourself in hesitation. Interrupt it. Choose now. Keep your space clean. Physical and energetic clutter blocks clarity. Celebrate small synchronicities, not because they're rare, but because they're confirmation. Every moment you notice you're in flow, name it. That naming deepens the imprint, and imprints become defaults. Let's bring it home. You don't fall into flow. You remember it. It's your natural state when you stop broadcasting noise, fear, and self-negotiation. When your thoughts, emotions, and actions operate on the same wavelength, the field responds in full agreement. That's not magic. That's precision. And once flow becomes your normal, you'll look back and realize, life never needed to be this hard. You were just operating out of sync. Now, you're the signal, and life follows. You notice a number repeating everywhere. 11:11 on the clock. A billboard with your exact thought. A stranger saying something that answers a question you never asked out loud. Some call it coincidence. Others call it divine messaging. But let's look at what it really is in quantum terms. Signs are not sent. They are reflected. And the moment you shift from asking, "Is this a sign?" to recognizing it as real-time feedback, everything changes. Because now you're not just looking for guidance. You're reading the field. And the field is always communicating. Not in riddles. In resonance. Here's the shift. Signs don't come to convince you of your path. They come to confirm what your energy has already broadcasted. So when your internal frequency stabilizes, the external world begins to echo that signal through timing, symbols, numbers, phrases, interactions. And when it does, it's not the universe trying to get your attention. It's the field saying, "I hear you. Keep going." But most people don't trust that. They dismiss it. They look for more proof. Or they overanalyze until the moment passes. That's not alignment. That's energetic delay. Let's break this myth open and show how to work with signs, not just chase them. Step 1. Understand that the field is always giving feedback. Everything in your reality is a mirror. Not just people. Not just outcomes. Even what shows up randomly is energetic feedback. You feel calm, and suddenly the chaos around you quiets. You think of someone, and they appear. You declare a new standard, and old patterns surface to test it. These aren't tests. They're field diagnostics. The universe isn't testing your worth. It's responding to your vibration stability. So instead of asking, "Why did this happen to me?" ask, "What part of me is this reflecting right now?" If you feel excited and a strange synchronicity appears, it's a confirmation signal. If you feel off and weird friction pops up, that's field static being amplified for clearing. It's not personal. It's procedural. The field mirrors what's active, not what's ideal. Step 2. Stop outsourcing power to the sign itself. People often treat signs like permission slips. If I see this number again, I'll take the leap. If the universe gives me one more sign, then I'll know I'm on the right path. But here's the issue. If you need a sign to act, you're not in alignment. You're in delay. Signs are not reasons to act. They're reflections of who you already are being. When you're in full alignment with a choice, you don't need the universe to send a symbol. The symbol shows up because your signal is clear. So instead of asking for more signs, ask yourself, what would I do if I already trusted myself? When you move from that place, signs become abundant because your energy no longer wavers. Step 3. Recognize the types of feedback the field uses. The universe doesn't speak in paragraphs. It speaks in resonance patterns. Here are some common forms of feedback to watch for without overthinking them. Repeating numbers often shows signal consistency. 1111, 222, 444. They reflect vibrational repetition. not magic digits. Snippets of conversation. You overhear words or phrases that speak directly to something you've been working through. Energetic echo. Song lyrics or headlines. The message hits you in a way that bypasses logic. That's not coincidence. That's signal alignment. Emotional surges. Unexpected waves of clarity, peace, or insight often shows you're momentarily synced with a new version of your identity. Obstacles disappearing suddenly. Flow opens without explanation. Field recalibrating to your latest internal truth. When these show up, don't ask, why now? Instead, affirm, this matches my signal. I receive the confirmation. That's how to engage, without spiraling into dependency on the sign itself. Step 4. Respond to the signal, don't just observe it. This is where most people miss the power of real-time feedback. They notice a sign, but treat it like trivia. They feel seen but don't act. They feel confirmed but still hesitate. The field doesn't respond to passive awareness. It responds to reciprocation. So when a sign appears, match it with energy. You saw the number? Take the next aligned step. You heard the phrase? Use it as a launch point for action, not analysis. You felt the synchronicity? Anchor it by behaving like the version of you that knows the signal was real. This isn't superstition. It's energetic consistency. The more you respond to the field, the more precise it becomes. Step 5. Use signs as momentum, not meaning. One of the most powerful things you can do is stop asking, what does this mean? And start asking, how can I move forward with more certainty now? Because signs don't mean anything until you choose what they mean. And in that choice, you emit your new signal. When you notice signs and assign empowering meaning to them, you become the authority of your field. You stop interpreting reality through fear or hope and start directing it through alignment. So here's the final reframe. A sign is not a message from outside you. It's a signal from the field, reflecting the certainty inside you. When you trust that, the whole world starts to feel like it's responding in real time. Because it is. Let's land this clearly. The quantum field is not waiting to surprise you. It's already in constant conversation with your signal. And every time you emit a new truth, the universe whispers back, I heard you. Numbers, moments, echoes, faces, phrases. None of them are separate from you. They are the fractal feedback of your frequency. You don't have to beg for signs. You don't have to decode them endlessly. You only have to live like your signal matters. Because the moment you do, everything responds. Look around you right now. The space you're in, the sounds you're hearing, the people you interact with regularly, the rhythm of your daily life. This isn't just your environment. It's a mirror, a living echo of your dominant internal state. And it's more than symbolic. It's quantum, because the external world doesn't happen to you randomly. It unfolds around the frequency you're holding, not occasionally, but constantly. If you're surrounded by noise, confusion, or chaos, it's not about luck or blame. It's about resonance. If your conversations are shallow or filled with friction, that's not just social dynamics. It's energetic feedback. If your home feels heavy, cluttered, or dull, it's not just about interior design. It's a reflection of internal incoherence. And here's the truth. The outside doesn't shape the inside. The inside broadcasts the blueprint. And then the quantum field builds the structure. So when something in your world feels off, don't just rearrange furniture or change routines. Pause and ask, what part of me is this mirroring? Let's break this into clarity. Step 1. Environment as energetic feedback loop. Everything you experience externally is part of a loop. And in this loop, the signal begins with you. You feel stressed, your space becomes messy, you feel overwhelmed, you rush, things pile up more. You feel unsure, conversations feel shallow, you disconnect, you feel unseen, you retreat. You feel low value, your work environment reflects disorganization or lack of care, you feel less motivated. It's not cause-effect. It's resonance, feedback, reinforcement. So when you want to shift your outer reality, you must first tune your inner broadcast. Otherwise, you're just cleaning the mirror, instead of changing the reflection source. Step 2. Every room has a vibration. Your home, your workspace, even your car, they all carry energetic imprints. Not because of objects alone, but because of the emotions you repeatedly experience in those spaces. That's why some rooms feel heavy without explanation. Why certain corners feel stagnant. Why some chairs pull you into old patterns the moment you sit. That's not psychological imagination. That's energetic residue. And you're either updating it, or you're being programmed by it. This is especially important when doing inner work. If you've just experienced a shift in mindset or identity, but your environment still reflects the past version of you, you will feel friction. The body will attempt to revert. The mind will question the shift. The field will deliver mixed feedback. So the alignment must extend into your physical space. Even a small symbolic change, a new arrangement, a new object, a cleared shelf, signals to your nervous system. This version of me is real, and the world now reflects it. Step 3. People are part of the environment. When we talk about environment, we're not just talking about places. We're talking about relational atmosphere. The people you regularly interact with are part of your energetic field. They influence your signal, and they are influenced by it. This doesn't mean you have to cut people out. It means you must tune your availability. Ask yourself, do I feel more or less coherent after I speak with this person? Does this relationship echo my past or support my chosen future? Am I performing in this space or existing in truth? If someone consistently pulls you into a version of yourself you've outgrown, the field gets confused. It doesn't know which version to reflect. And in confusion, reality delays. So if you're doing deep internal shifts, but still rehearsing old roles in old dynamics, you're sending out contradictory broadcasts. Alignment isn't just what you think. It's what you tolerate. Step 4. Your environment is a memory keeper. Your space remembers. The conversations, the breakdowns, the breakthroughs, they leave energetic signatures. That's why decluttering isn't just aesthetic. It's spiritual hygiene. That's why moving your desk to face a new direction can unlock clarity. That's why lighting a candle and breathing for 60 seconds in your room can change the quality of your sleep. You are imprinting your field with every small act of intention. You don't need to renovate. You just need to interrupt the pattern. And in doing so, you send a signal. This is no longer the home of that outdated version of me. And your nervous system listens. And your mind adapts. And the field begins to organize around the new configuration. Step 5. Align environment with identity, not just productivity. Most people shape their environment based on convenience or function. But what if you shaped it based on identity coherence? Ask, what does the version of me who already lives in flow surround themselves with? What kind of atmosphere supports my nervous system, not just my schedule? What would it look like to create a space that reflects my worth, not my habits? The answers will often be simple. A workspace that invites stillness, not urgency. A closet that matches how you now see yourself, not how you used to. A phone background that reminds you of what's true, not what's trending. A new scent, sound, or object that brings your future self into the present moment. These details aren't trivial. They are frequency amplifiers, because once your environment reflects your signal, it begins to reinforce it. You're no longer just holding alignment with your mind. Your space holds it with you. Let's land this clearly. You don't have to control the world. You just need to curate your signal and let the world echo that. When your internal state is scattered, life feels like noise. When your internal state is clean, your world becomes supportive. This isn't metaphor. This mirror law. Reality doesn't ask, is this beautiful? It asks, is this coherent? So walk into your home like it's a tuning device. Sit at your desk like it's part of your frequency tower. Speak to others like your words are recalibrating the entire room. Because they are. The moment you align within, the world answers without. You've had the insight. You felt the shift. Something clicked. You saw through the illusion. You chose the higher version. You even acted differently for a day, a week, maybe longer. But then, things slowed. Old habits crept back. doubt resurfaced, and momentum disappeared. Here's the problem. Most people can create a shift. Very few know how to stabilize it. And that's the difference between breakthrough and transformation. Breakthrough is a moment. Transformation is a system. And that system begins with what we'll call quantum momentum. Momentum is not about speed. It's about directional consistency. In quantum terms, the more often you emit a coherent signal, aligned with a specific version of yourself, the stronger the gravitational field around that version becomes. Eventually, the field stabilizes. That new version becomes your default, and reality organizes itself around it. But until that happens, you're still vulnerable to collapse. Not because you're broken, because your signal hasn't been reinforced enough. Let's fix that. Step 1. Recognize the fragile window after a shift. Right after a deep insight or internal upgrade, you're in a fragile space. Your nervous system isn't fully repatterned. Your field hasn't reconfigured yet. The old reality still has momentum, and it wants to pull you back. This is where most people fail. They get excited, and then casual. They trust the new version, but still keep emotional tabs on the old one. They move forward, but keep the back door open. That energetic split dilutes your field, and diluted fields collapse. So right after a shift, you must intentionally stabilize. That means no going back to the environments that shaped the old signal. No discussing the shift with people who didn't witness it. No testing the new you in situations where you're likely to fold. This isn't about fear. It's about protecting signal integrity until the new frequency becomes natural. Step 2. Stack microactions that match the new identity. You don't hold momentum with massive leaps. You hold it through repetition of congruent energy. And this is where quantum becomes practical. Every aligned decision, no matter how small, sends a ripple. And that ripple confirms the shift. You choose water over the stimulant you used to numb yourself. Speak your truth without apology in a moment of subtle tension. Sit in silence for 5 minutes instead of checking your phone. Decline the familiar invitation that would have pulled you backward. None of these will seem dramatic, but they are frequency locks. Each one stabilizes the broadcast. Each one says to the field, this is not a temporary high. This is the new setting. And the field begins to listen differently, because now, you're not just inspired, you're consistent. Step 3. Expect resistance and prepare for it. The moment you stabilize a new signal, the old one begins to decay. And sometimes it won't go quietly. You might experience a surge of doubt out of nowhere. Old behaviors trying to seduce you back just once. Dreams, emotions, or triggers you thought were gone. This is not regression. It's residue. And residue only dissolves when you don't panic. Instead of asking, why is this happening again? Ask, what is being tested for durability? Because that's what resistance is, a test of energetic reliability. If you respond with presence instead of panic, if you choose alignment over reaction, if you treat the trigger as final cleanup instead of failure, you pass the test. You harden the signal. You compound momentum. Step 4. Build a ritual of signal recommitment. The field listens best to consistency, not perfection, not performance, but reliable return to coherence. So your job is to return every day to the frequency you've chosen. This can be simple. A 5-minute daily check-in. Who am I broadcasting as today? A morning sentence spoken aloud. This signal stays clean. A calendar reminder. Lock the identity. Don't slide. You're not reminding the universe. You're reminding yourself who's in command. This isn't spiritual fluff. This is quantum hygiene. And the more you treat your frequency like it matters, the more stable it becomes. Eventually, it requires no effort to maintain. It becomes you. But until then, you show up, even when it feels subtle. Because subtle is where momentum is made. Step 5. Leverage the power of compound alignment. Here's a truth that can't be ignored. Reality doesn't shift from single actions. It shifts from accumulated consistency. You can take one aligned action and feel good. But take 20 small aligned actions in one day, and your timeline bends. This is what most people overlook. They want a big moment, a dramatic leap, something to tell a story about. But in quantum terms, stacked resonance is more powerful than dramatic resistance. You wake up aligned, speak aligned, choose aligned food, walk with aligned posture, say yes and no with aligned clarity, end the day in aligned reflection. Each act reinforces the last. Each one deepens the groove. Each one says, this is no longer a moment, this is a movement. And that movement builds irreversible momentum. You stop trying to hold the signal because now it's holding you. That's not force. That's flow powered by reliability. Final note: make momentum a lifestyle, not a streak. The danger with momentum is this: you mistake it for a hot streak. You feel good, ride the wave, but secretly wait for it to crash. That waiting is what kills the shift. Not life, not the universe. Your expectation of regression. So let this be clear. Quantum momentum is not a lucky phase. It's a deliberate energetic pattern. And patterns don't crash. They compound when fed. You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to feel amazing every day. You only have to return to the signal with more commitment than your doubt. Do that consistently, and the shift becomes permanent. Momentum becomes identity, and your life becomes proof. You didn't invent your desire. You received it. It wasn't fabricated in your imagination. It was broadcasted into your awareness, because it already exists in the quantum field. And that changes everything. Because if the desire is present in you, it's already active somewhere in the field. The fact that you can feel it, want it, or see it internally means a version of you is already experiencing it. Not metaphorically, not hopefully, but actually in a parallel configuration of possibility. The desire is not a random craving. It's an invitation, a signal, a breadcrumb from the version of you that already lives it. And the only thing between here and there is alignment, not effort. So let's rewire something deep. Desire isn't proof of lack. It's proof of proximity. You don't desire something because you don't have it. You desire it because your energy is brushing up against the version of reality where it's already true. And that frequency is knocking at your awareness. Let's break down why this matters and what to do with it. Step 1. Stop doubting the desire itself. Many people carry shame, confusion, or hesitation about what they want. They ask, am I being unrealistic? Is this just ego? Should I be more grateful instead of wanting more? What if this isn't what I'm meant for? These questions disconnect you from the signal. Because the moment you doubt the validity of the desire, you cut yourself off from the frequency where it already exists. Here's the truth. If it was not part of your available reality stream, you would not be able to imagine it with emotional clarity. You don't receive desire for random fantasies. You receive it because it already exists in some configuration. And now you're being called into it. So stop asking if it's valid. Start asking, what version of me does this desire already belong to? Because that version is real. And the desire is the thread connecting you. Step 2. Your desire is the field's way of communicating potential. The field doesn't use words. It doesn't send you emails. It communicates in vibrational impressions. And one of the clearest signals it gives you is longing. Not desperation, not grasping, but a deep inner knowing that says, there's more for me, and I can feel it from here. This is the moment most people misinterpret. They feel the desire but view it as a gap, a reminder of what they don't have, a trigger for their limitations. But when you realize it's not showing you lack, it's showing you alignment, everything changes. Desire is not a punishment. It's a preview, a snapshot of a future that already exists, and now you're being invited to resonate with it. Not chase it, not earn it, align with it. Step 3. Desires are assigned, not random. Think of it like this. Every frequency in the field already exists. That includes every life path, every outcome, every version of you. But out of the infinite possible options, only a small subset pulls at you emotionally. Those are your assignments. Your job isn't to fulfill every desire anyone has ever had. Your job is to respond to what's calling you. So when you notice a recurring vision, a pull, a persistent want, don't dismiss it. Don't suppress it. Don't assume it's random. Ask, what identity would I need to embody for this desire to make sense? What emotional frequency is required to meet this desire halfway? And when you start showing up in ways that match that version, the desire stops being a dream. It becomes current reality. Not because you forced it, because you matched it. Step 4. Wanting isn't weakness, it's guidance. We've been conditioned to associate desire with lack. To want something is to admit you don't have it. To crave something is to suggest you're unsatisfied. This logic is flawed. In quantum mechanics, the presence of an idea in your mind is not just thought, it's access. It means your consciousness has touched that possibility. It means your timeline has brushed against the one where it already exists. So desire is not weakness, it's accessibility. You're not longing from a distance. You're noticing what's already within reach, and now you must become compatible with it. That's not greed, that's guidance. You're not chasing a fantasy. You're stepping into a frequency that's already yours, if you're willing to hold it. Step 5. Anchor the desire into identity. The fastest way to collapse the gap between you and what you want is to make the desire identity aligned. Not, I want to be successful, but I am someone who chooses environments of expansion. I am a match for abundance because it matches my clarity. I live in resonance with simplicity, power, and purpose. Now the desire is not a wish. It's a trait, a natural outgrowth of your chosen vibration. This is what embodiment looks like. You stop talking about the dream and start living like the person who already holds it. And when the field sees that, it stops seeing desire as potential. It sees it as current, and it reflects accordingly. Final frame. Trust the signal, not the timeline. You might not know when it's coming. You might not know how it will arrive. But that's not your job. Your job is to hold the frequency of the desire as already possible, because it is. The field doesn't withhold. It reflects. So if you want to speed up manifestation, you don't beg louder. You align deeper. You let the desire exist without shrinking it. You let the vision breathe without overthinking it. You trust that the reason you even care is because it's already assigned. And the only thing left to do is become the version of you that receives it as obvious. Letting go is not quitting. Letting go is not weakness. Letting go is not abandoning what you want. Letting go is choosing alignment over obsession. It's deciding that your identity matters more than your attachment, that your inner signal holds more power than your outer effort, that you trust the field to do its part, while you focus on maintaining the version of you that can actually receive what you've asked for. But here's the confusion. Most people try to force reality into form. They set intentions, and then grab at results. They visualize, and then watch the clock. They feel into the future, and then panic when nothing happens immediately. That's not creation. That's resistance wearing a mask. Letting go isn't passive. It's powerful, because it means you trust the field enough to release control, and still remain committed. Let's break this down clearly so you know exactly how to let go without giving up. Step 1. Separate desire from need. There's nothing wrong with desire. Desire moves energy. Desire brings focus. Desire is the first signal that a new timeline is within reach. But when desire mutates into need, you step out of alignment. Need is contraction. Need is pressure. Need is you sending a signal to the field that says, I don't believe this exists until it shows up. And the field reflects that disbelief. Letting go means holding the desire, without needing it to validate your safety, worth, or timeline. You still care, but you're no longer gripping it with white-knuckled desperation. You stop saying, when will it come? And you start saying, I'm already aligned with it. I trust the echo. That subtle shift in energy from grasping to grounded is the signal the field actually responds to. Step 2. End the energetic monitoring. One of the most subtle forms of resistance is emotional scorekeeping. You do the journaling. You hold the vision. You take the steps. Then you check. Did anything happen yet? That check, even if quiet, tells the field you're uncertain. It breaks the signal. Letting go means ending the constant evaluation loop. You stop looking for signs to reassure you. You stop watching the clock. You stop obsessing over updates. Not because you don't care, because your signal no longer includes disbelief. You know the shift has already occurred, and that knowing becomes the dominant vibration. The irony is, the moment you stop needing proof, the field has room to deliver it. Step 3. Shift from outcome focus to identity anchoring. If your attention is glued to when it happens, you're fixated on result. But the quantum field isn't result-driven. It's resonance-driven. So the moment you shift your focus from what you want to who you are becoming in relationship to it, you collapse delay. You stop asking, when will I get the thing? And start asking, what traits, thoughts, and behaviors do I consistently embody now that make me magnetic to that reality? You don't control the arrival. You control the alignment. That means you focus more on emotional congruence than external validation. You act from wholeness, not from waiting. You choose behaviors that reflect certainty, not fear. Now the desire becomes a byproduct of who you are, not the condition for becoming that person. That's how you let go and still receive. Step 4. Let go of how. One of the greatest sources of resistance is the mind's addiction to control. It wants to plan the path. It wants to predict the turn. It wants to build a bridge step by step. But quantum creation doesn't follow your calendar. It responds to your field. The field reorganizes based on the dominant frequency you emit, not the blueprint you try to impose. So every time you force the how, you broadcast limitation. Letting go means allowing the field to surprise you with precision. It means being open to outcomes arriving through channels you didn't expect. It means releasing your grip on logistics and trusting that alignment makes the path visible as you move. You're not blind. You're responsive. And the field loves to show off once you stop micromanaging it. Step 5. Use surrender as signal strength. Surrender is not collapse. Surrender is not laziness. Surrender is energetic declaration. It says, I've done what I can do from here. I now create space for the field to meet me. And that space is not empty. It's vibrating with trust. It's humming with coherence. It's alive with expectancy, not desperation. Surrender isn't when you stop caring. It's when you start trusting. And the most magnetic thing you can emit is unshakable certainty without pressure. Letting go isn't giving up the desire. It's giving up the distortion around it. You no longer need to beg. You no longer need to chase. You no longer need to question. That knowing stabilizes the signal. That signal restructures your reality. And you didn't give up. You grew into trust. Final alignment. Be available without attachment. Here's the real art of letting go. You remain available, fully, without attaching your identity to outcome. You walk through life knowing the desire is active, but you're not using its arrival to measure your success. You stay open, but not obsessed. You keep your signal clean, but you don't pollute it with timeline anxiety. You let go not to detach from the outcome, but to become the version of you who no longer doubts it. And that version, they receive, not because they proved something, not because they fought hard enough, not because they waited patiently, but because they became energetically compatible with the thing they once thought they needed to chase. Letting go is not the end. It's the shift into alignment so stable that reality has no choice but to respond. It's easy to talk about the future you. It's easy to visualize. It's even easy to feel inspired by possibilities when the energy is high and the vision is fresh. But here's the threshold most never cross. Actually becoming the version of yourself that already lives the reality you want, and living that way before the evidence shows up. This is not positive thinking. It's not mental rehearsal. It's not about pretending. It's about identity anchoring, claiming the energetic posture of the version of you that already exists in the quantum field, and refusing to return to the patterns, choices, or emotions of the older one. This chapter is not about dreaming. It's about living as if the shift already happened, because in the field, it has. There is no more powerful alignment signal than identity lived in real time. Let's build it clearly. Step 1. Stop waiting for external confirmation. Most people postpone embodiment. They wait for their bank account to shift before they feel abundant. They wait for the relationship before they act lovable. They wait for recognition before they show up fully expressed. That's not creation. That's reaction. And reaction is not magnetic. It's passive. The quantum you doesn't wait for reality to say yes. They show up as a yes, and reality follows. So the shift is this: stop living in response to reality. Start living in instruction to it. Because when you anchor into the identity of the future version of you, you're not faking. You're sending precise signals to the field about which timeline to lock in. And the field listens to identity, not hope. Step 2. Ask better identity questions. Don't just ask, what do I want? Ask, who do I have to consistently be for that to be inevitable? Not just in mindset, but in behavior, in emotional tone, in daily rhythm. If you want to live as the quantum you, your questions must evolve. Here are better questions to anchor identity. How would the quantum me handle this conversation? What thoughts would no longer feel like home to them? What decisions are automatic for that version of me? What frequency do they wake up with and return to at night? These aren't motivational prompts. They're alignment access points. And the more often you return to them, the more stable your broadcast becomes. Eventually, you won't need to remind yourself. You'll just become. Step 3. Override the nervous system's default loop. Living as the quantum you isn't just mental. It requires interrupting the physical and emotional patterns tied to your old identity. Because even when you intellectually believe you've changed, your nervous system might still be holding on to outdated feedback loops. That means you expect stress when it's no longer needed. You look for rejection even when there's none. You downplay your power out of habit, not humility. To shift that, you don't just think new thoughts. You move differently. You breathe like you're safe. You walk like your path is clear. You speak like you're not auditioning but arriving. These are not gestures. They're signal upgrades. The body is the transmitter. And every small override says, we don't live there anymore. That's not pretending. That's realignment in motion. Step 4. Design your environment to match the identity. The quantum you does not live in a contradiction. They don't broadcast clarity while standing in chaos. They don't operate with intention while surrounded by energetic residue. They don't rise, then return to spaces and relationships built for their past. If you want to make embodiment permanent, your environment must reflect the upgrade. That includes what you wear, what you listen to, what you see when you wake up, who you give your time to, what you tolerate from your own habits. Not to prove you've changed, but to reinforce the reality you now belong to. Your space is a signal amplifier, so treat it like part of your frequency system, not a neutral backdrop. One mismatch can delay activation, but one adjustment can lock it in. Step 5. Refuse to emotionally rehearse the old version. This is subtle, but it's where most people collapse momentum. They step into the new identity, but keep visiting the emotions of the old one. They rehearse scarcity in private while trying to embody abundance in public. They rewatch painful loops for comfort. They relive old stories under the disguise of processing. Let this be clear. You cannot hold two versions of you at once. The field will mirror the one you embody most often. So living as the quantum you means cutting emotional ties to what no longer matches. It means choosing new emotional set points and practicing them like skills. Refusing to rehearse struggle as your baseline. Letting go of emotional signatures that served your survival but block your expansion. This isn't denial. It's emotional sovereignty. And without that, embodiment collapses under pressure. Final anchor. Normalize the new you. At first, the quantum version of you might feel like a stretch. Unfamiliar. Even awkward. That's normal. You've practiced the old version for years, maybe decades. It was never about worth. It was about repetition. So now, repetition becomes your ally again, this time with conscious choice. You normalize new thoughts. You rehearse new behavior. You install new assumptions. Until the version of you that once felt like fantasy now feels like home. And here's how you know you're living as the quantum you. You don't need reminders. You don't debate reality. You don't flinch when old patterns appear, you just don't follow them. You're not trying to get there. You're already here. Because the field doesn't reflect who you hope to be. It reflects who you consistently are. So the real activation isn't about arrival. It's about embodiment. Without delay, apology, or exception. When that becomes your rhythm, life doesn't shift someday. It already has. This entire journey has led you here. Past the science. Past the language. Past the techniques, tools, timelines, and teachings. All of it was pointing to one core truth. You were never the seeker. You were the source. And now that truth is looking you directly in the face. Not as a concept, not as a theory, but as the only lens that still makes sense. Because the illusion is broken. The illusion that life is happening to you. That your thoughts are passive. That your emotions are random. That your circumstances are outside your influence. All of that shattered. What remains is something far more intimate, far more confronting, and far more empowering. You are the cause. And everything you've seen, felt, feared, hoped for, run from or reached toward, was an echo of your own signal. Not metaphorically, literally. From the quantum level up, reality is not something you walk through. It's something you are projecting through identity. So let's sit here together in this final knowing and walk through it step by step. Step 1. Everything you witness is a feedback loop. The people you attract. The events that unfold. The thoughts that repeat. The opportunities that land. The resistance that shows up. None of it is happening in a vacuum. It's all part of a living feedback system, where you are the broadcaster and the world is the screen. So if you want to know what frequency you've been living in, look around. Your reality tells the truth, not about your potential, but about your dominant pattern. Not what you want, not what you hope for, but what you've been emitting through emotion, expectation, and identity. This isn't punishment, it's precision. And the moment you stop taking it personally, you start using it powerfully. Because once you recognize that nothing is random, you stop begging for change and start transmitting it. Step 2. The power was never outside you. Maybe you've spent years looking for signs, looking for proof, looking for answers, looking for someone or something to give you permission. But the final truth is this. Everything you were searching for was awaiting activation from within. Because no book, no mentor, no ritual, no breakthrough can replace the authority of a self who knows they are the source. That doesn't mean you don't receive help. That doesn't mean you don't learn. But it means that every tool only works when it meets belief. Every technique only unlocks when you say, yes, I'm ready to hold this. The most advanced technology in the universe is you. Not your intellect, your frequency. And the field doesn't respond to information. It responds to embodied recognition. So the moment you own your creatorship without condition, you begin to live in a reality that responds like you're in charge. Because you are. Step 3. You were never separate from the field. The idea of attracting something from outside of you was never true. There is no outside. Your consciousness isn't in your head. It's in the field. The walls between you and your experiences. Imaginary. Every moment of alignment sent ripples through that field. Every emotional broadcast shaped its curvature. Every identity you chose bent probability in your favor or against it. So when you asked, is the universe listening? The answer was, it's not just listening, it's reflecting. And when you understand that, creation stops being a mystical wish. It becomes method. Not method you follow with pressure, but one you flow with because you're no longer performing. You're returning to your original setting. Creator mode. Step 4. There is no waiting, only matching. All the realities you wanted, abundance, clarity, love, freedom, they don't exist in the future. They exist right now in frequencies you can access. And the delay between you and that version of reality has never been about time. It has always been about vibrational coherence. When you matched the frequency, it became visible. When you didn't, it stayed dormant. But it was never missing. It was never denied. Just like a radio station that's always broadcasting, the moment you tuned your dial correctly, the music played. That's what manifestation is. Not forcing, not earning, matching. And now you know how to do that, not through tricks but through identity. Not through wishing, through being. Step 5, you're no longer becoming, you're being. You don't have to become the quantum you anymore. You already are. You're not waiting to arrive. You've remembered. The doubts will still whisper. The noise may still rise. But now you have the truth in your pocket. And that truth says, I don't chase alignment. I maintain it. I don't seek signs. I interpret them with sovereignty. I don't beg for outcomes. I embody the source of them. I don't wait for the shift. I anchor it through action. I don't look to reality for reassurance. I read it as a mirror. This is not about perfection. It's about non-negotiable identity. You no longer have to believe blindly. You've lived the field. You've heard its response. You've tested the signal. And it answered. Not because you're lucky, because you finally stopped outsourcing your power. That is the final truth. You were never at the mercy of chance. You were never here to survive fate. You were the author the entire time. Forgetting your pen was in your own hand. Now you remember. And now, you don't just shift timelines. You choose them. This is the end of the journey, but the beginning of the embodiment. You don't need another video. You don't need another activation. You only need to hold the signal, because now you know, you've been the field all along.